Okay, so yeah, welcome everyone back for the Clash Worlds warm-up tournament. We have the final day approaching, and we are here with myself and Judo. Judo, can you hear me?
Thank you so much, Itsu. Apologies on the technical difficulties. Let's get them out of the way at the start of the stream instead of midstream. But we started off with 24 teams. Now we just have 4 teams, and we are going to be getting straight into the action. But I think we should take a look at the matches that we have today so that we know exactly what is coming up.
Yeah, that's right. Only 4 teams are left, and we have the bracket right there. We have the matches Alternate Attacks versus Tompina Empire, Indian Clashes versus HT Family. 2 incredible matches, and well, those are just the semifinals because we're going to see every single match today, the rest of this tournament, which is going to be exciting.
It certainly is. And we do need to take a look at a little bit of a recap as to what happened yesterday so that we can gear up to today's matches and we know what to expect from these teams as we move forward. So first of all, we had Alternate Attacks and 11 Original. This war started out with Fury, 3 stars after 3 stars, and it continued like that in a 13-13 tie, but it was Alternate Attacks that took the victory with a 98.2% over 11 Original with only the 94.6. So they will be wanting to continue that high average moving into today.
Yeah, and then we had the second match to decide who Alternate has to face today. And we had Nishang Dance facing off against Tompina Empire. Tompina Empire is so far in this tournament flawless on offense, on defense as well. One of the best defenses in the entire tournament so far. And this, in the end, was the reason why they were able to get into the next round with a perfect war, like that far into the tournament. That is really, really impressive. So Tompina Empire going to the next round.
We then seen Indian Clashers battle Darkest Muzhan, and this did have Indian Clashers beating Darkest Muzhan 12-10 with a 93.2% total destruction. And that was how Indian Clashers moved forward. They had fantastic defense in the rounds previously, and yesterday they did exactly the same, holding off Darkest Muzhan in every single one of the attacks. Not a 3-star was put up against them, so they will be hoping their defenses hold moving into today.
Yeah, and then we had another really, really close matchup with Vetang versus HT Family. In the end, we had such a close battle between of those 2 teams. Defense was strong on both sides, but the offense as well, and this resulted in a tie. But who took it home? In the end, it was HT Family coming out on top on percent because this match was just so close. And this means we have HT Family getting to the next round, having to face off against Indian Clashers.
Totally, and it is going to be a fantastic day today because the teams are competing for $40,000, $5,000 for the third place, $10,000 in second, and $25,000 for today's champion, Itsu.
That's right. So we have our first match coming up really close to the end. I mean, this matchup is just incredible. We have Alternate Attacks facing off against Tompina Empire, 2 teams which so far performed on a really, really high level. We have Alternate Attacks with like an 80% hit rate over the entire tournament. So out of 10 attacks, they had 8 3-stars. And if you think that is already a high success rate, I mean, we have Tompina Empire on the other side, which have so far a 90% hit rate. So 9 out of 10 of their attacks were 3-stars. And I mean, this already shows how good those 2 teams are.
Totally. And not only was the hit rate that little bit higher, they have only conceded half the amount of 3 stars that Alternate has. Alternate Attacks have had 6 3-stars against them, whereas Tomp and I have only had 3. The teams need no introduction, really. We have the World Championship winners facing off the very impressive Tomp and I Empire, and the rosters are just stacked with experience, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, this match already could be the final, I feel like, going into today's day. So having to face them already is kind of a shame, but at the same time, this matchup is going to be incredible. And one of the teams are going to move into the final. This is a best of 1. Just want to remember everyone out there. So we have 1 match. One time they have to face off against each other. And then we have one team getting into the finals. And obviously the other team has to go into the 3rd seed match, which we're going to have later on today as well.
Totally. So it's not like the other days where if you lose, you are out. Even the losing team on this one will be fighting for that 3rd place prize pool. But obviously, both teams want to progress into the grand final, which is going to be a best of 3. But I feel we should focus in on this match because, like you said, at this stage in the competition, the teams are incredibly talented and they could be finals in their own. I mean, just looking at the performance that both of these teams have put up, if you were to look at this tournament individually, you could think that Tomp and I have had a better run to this point in the tournament, so you could select them. But how can you go against the world champions when they've been putting up just such incredible 3-stars? It's just too hard to pick for me.
Yeah, it's really hard to pick. And we have a couple of different styles as well, like with Alternate running a lot of the lightning attack combinations. And then on Tomp and Empire side, we see a lot of Lalo variations. So even though the teams are kind of different in their approach, I feel like at the same time they have a huge success rate. So let's see on how good you can prepare for the Lightnings on the other side against Lalo, depending on like if you can trap that. And we have already the first attack on the way, and we have Us coming in with his, witch attack, which we saw already a couple of times in this tournament. And he's just going in and saying, guys, I can take this base out with just using witches and super giants.
It's incredible because Ast, his favorite attack strategy is the Lalo, but he has 3-starred with this strategy throughout the tournament. So let's see if he can make it 3-4-3. Using the lightning spell to take down a scatter, we always mention as well, that creates pathing on that right-hand side of the base. The quick deployment of the witches as they move through, create that nice self-funnel for themselves, and just have that big group alongside the heroes following the path of the log launcher with ice golems. And interestingly, he still has a super wall break left to deploy.
Yeah, he used that a couple of times to have like back-end access to like the next compartment. And the problem she has right now is that the wall did not open to get into the town compartment, so he needs to work on that. He's using the wall break on the outside to get his queen into that town compartment. He has 5 freezes left, so he's going to just keep freezing that town hall. Missing the Expo though, which is a kind of like a shame over there because the Expo is such a high fire defense, so those skeletons do not have that much fun on facing that. Now finally the queen is going inside, but the tornado is like keep distracting those outside troops. Finally the town was down, but there is still a multi-inferno tower on this back-end judo.
He still has 2 freeze spells, the Queen and the RC ability, so this could be looking pretty good for Ast as he moves through. One of the super giants decides to tank the wizard tower as well, just to help out. And I love how he uses the freeze spells. We've seen this in the previous attacks, where he would just freeze the town hall and the multi-target infernos. That is exactly what he does here, Itsu, with the Royal Champion shield going off. She can get through to the final defenses, and with the witches, it is a super quick attack. Oh, the giant bomb took out so many skeletons, but it doesn't matter at this stage. Ast has done it again, 3 for 3 with his super giant witch strategy, starting this war off exactly as we expected with the 3 stars and Alternate showing what they are made of.
Oh my, this is just looking so incredible, especially the finish. I love seeing the finish of the strategy because it just feels like there are so many skeletons at the end of an attack. I mean, sadly, they they died to a giant bomb at the end. But still, we saw how many skeletons were generated. This looks so fun to me always, even though I feel like the strategy, I mean, it is pretty simple. We have to say that. And if you guys out there are searching for a strategy, which you might want to run in Legends, for example, this might be the strategy for you. Just give it a try and try to use it out there. But either way, we're going to wait for the next attack of Tompina Empire, because I mean we already talked about their incredible offense and stats and everything. But Judah, what do you think we're going to see from them? Like, do they keep going with Lalo?
I think they probably will stick to their roots and go with the Lalo, but I mean, that's probably what Alternate have been expecting. And we've mentioned as well that, you know, Tompina Empire haven't necessarily had many 3-stars against them. So coming into this war, that might have been what they were hoping, that their bases would hold up. And Ast goes and 3 stars right off the bat. So we will have to just make sure that Tompina keep their head together. I'm sure that they will, as you mentioned, with that 90% hit rate. They have only fallen short with 1 attack, and it was super close in itself. A 95%, I think it was, 96% actually, just checking there from Rigatores. So super close in itself. So Michael DP is going to be using the Queen Charge Lava Loon. We know this is his favorite strategy, so let's see if he can get it done, Itsu.
Yeah, and one interesting thing I feel like is that so far Tompina Empire always sticks to pretty much the same attack order. So we had always Michael DP going first, and so far he always used some sort of a Queen Charge. So I don't know what is going on for this guy, but he's just incredible with those Queen Charges. We talked about it. Normally you take a little bit more time to plan a Queen Charge because they're the more complex strategies out there. So super impressive that Michael DP is every single time coming up with the Queen Charge plan and is being able to execute those so quickly and nicely, because so far no faith for him. But now the Queen is getting into the dangerous part in the Queen Charge, taking down the Single Inferno Tower. And let's see what exactly is planned next for this Queen, because she's slowly approaching the core, slowly luring out the enemy clan castle, and it seems like there are a lot of goblins and those feared super minions in there.
Freezes the goblins and the headhunters, most importantly, inside the poison, but the super minions weren't in any of those spells, so they did force the Queen ability. Thankfully, she stays alive, so nothing too drastic, but the healer's going down quick as well, Itsu. They could be completely wiped out here if he hits a red bomb.
Yeah, that is so risky. There's the red bomb. Oh, no. Every single healer is going down with this. The Queen is going down as well. He had to keep his Queen alive, I feel like, or at least keep the healers alive to drag them over, make sure they trigger some traps, and there's nothing really going for that Town Hall. He has to use the vulnerability soon, in combination with that Rage. I think that Town Hall should go down easily. And now it's all about the bag and all about this Royal Champion getting through her, making sure she's going down. In addition to that, the Super Minions are still alive, Judo.
They certainly are. He's got a lot of balloons, but a lot of splash damage down to the bottom of the base that he has to get through here, trying to save onto that freeze spell, I feel, for the 6 o'clock compartment. However, he has had to commit it with this pack of balloons coming through. The minions caught in the tornado trap, just tanking the red bombs over there. Really does help out a bit for the balloons, but it's ever so much for him. He just can't get through that final area of the base. The Queen going down really was the difference maker in this attack, wasn't it, Itsu? Because the Lalo didn't then have the strength to finish off.
Yeah, that's 100% right. But I want to touch on a really cool thing where we can already see the teams adapting. Did you pay attention where the tornado trap is? Most of the time so far, we saw always the tornado trap in front of the town hall, making sure that there is no blimp in the world being able to reach that town hall if you want to go like for a quick and easy Yeti blimp into the town hall. This time though, Alternate knew that this Yeti blimp is not getting used too often by Tompina Empire. And, well, surprise, it was in the core, making sure that Lalo has a rough time to get through all of the splash damage, making sure it's like all of the loons are staying on one place, getting grouped up, and being kind of like weak to any red bombs, for example. So we can already see the teams are adapting to the enemy teams, and this is always something which is really cool to see, and I just love concentrating on, because defending is such a big part of this game. So let's see if we can spot any other cool things about that. But, well, that's overall the second fail of Tompina Empire in the entire tournament so far.
And like you said, all down to the base building, really, because everything was going to plan. There wasn't really too much other than the spells with the clan castle, but other than that, everything went to plan, and it was the traps in the middle which changed things. So being a proficient base builder yourself, I always love to hear your little nuggets of information that you give during the stream, and I'm sure that the viewers love that as well. But we now have the chance for alternate attacks to just continue with the 3 stars. And like we've mentioned in previous days, the war is in their hands now. We have Yo-Yo23, and he is using the same strategy that he used in the previous attacks, in that of the Yeti Smash, where he also 3-starred both of those bases.
Yeah, this time though, he's not bringing any lightning. So he's using this strategy with lightning, sometimes without them. And at the same time, they're sticking as well to their routine, to their attacking order. Sometimes they had like us and Yo-Yo mixing the orders up, but except that most of the time we had those 2 guys attacking first. And we have so far pretty cool queen shots. Like I talked about this, that every single strategy could be executed differently. Most of the time we see this Warden Walk in combination with this strategy, but this time he's changing things up, going with the queen charge, and then as soon as the tower is going down, he's adding the Warden to get some extra power. And I feel like as soon as he's slowly approaching this multi-inferno tower on the right side of the space, he is going to start off with his smash, and then everything is getting sent in there. And you can see the core already. One jump is going to open up the entire base.
Yeah, he used the super wall breaker nice and early just to open up access, assure that he was good to go as soon as the Queen and Warden took out their desired targets. And as you can see, the P.E.K.K.A. and Super Wizards now deployed. The Grand Warden will nicely move across to that area. Queen will shortly follow. And like you mentioned, Itsu, we will be seeing the jump spell giving access to everything. Headhunter was moving through the base there, but sadly went down as it was not protected. Not the end of the world, because obviously the P.E.K.K.A. can do damage onto the Royal Champion as they move through. And pathing looks pretty good here as well, with the Witches on the outside to try and force the main pack through the center.
This is looking so good. The jump, as I said, is opening up everything. The one Loon is still alive. Those healers just cannot die at this point. This is just so good, and now it's all about the single Inferno Tower, but they're Valkyries from the Siege Barracks from the beginning, and, well, we have the Royal Champion taking down the single Inferno Tower. The back-end scatter is now getting overpowered by the King, by all of the P.E.K.K.A. which is still alive. And you have to remember, there is still a free spell not even used from Yo-Yo, and he is showing why exactly he is using this strategy, why exactly this strategy is so powerful to use. Like, the Queen ability is getting used. He can swag one freeze, he can swag the Royal Champion ability, but as we know, alternate, that's exactly what is not going to happen, because they know time could be always an issue, time is always important. He's using the Royal Champion ability, and this means 3 stars for Yo-Yo, 3 stars for alternate attacks.
And a very quick one as of that, like you said, both of those attacks had 1 minute to spare, so they are well in the lead at this point. We're only 2 attacks into the war. Tomp and I have only done 1 themselves, so definitely nothing too drastic. They can certainly spin this around, but Tomp and I Empire surely now having to talk on voice, making sure that they are sticking together as a team and just picking things up from this point, because they know alternate is not going to take their foot off the gas either. The 3 stars will continue to come at them, so we need to have things adjusted now and make sure it is the 3-star from Tomp and I. Do you think they will mix the strategy? We talked about that prior to that first attack in that of the Lalo. Do you think they're now expecting that and will switch the strategy? We did see them using a couple of Super Witches with React. Maybe that's what we will see, given what's just happened?
I'm not sure. I think they're just going to stick to what they're good at with the Lalo and everything. It's not that easy to defend against as it might sound. So they're just so good with this Lalo strategy that I don't think they should switch away. Even though we saw already I'm Yolin, which is most likely going next, because so far that's always the attack order which they were sticking to. He already used the Mass Inferno Dragon, so maybe he's going to switch to that because it's really hard to defend. Even though we saw yesterday the strategy struggling a little bit. But let's see. Okay, he's going with the dragons. As I said, the dragon part was one of his biggest strengths in the world's final event last year. And he used this Zap dragon attack a lot.
He certainly did. He is... well, I would say an air specialist, but I feel that is an understatement for Tompanai Empire in general. So let's see what he has in store for us. With the lightning spell, just doing that one little bit of damage onto the Inferno Tower and waiting for the Queen to rotate around towards the Expos. So it looks like we will be seeing the Royal Champion moving in to try and finish off the single target Inferno, and then he has created a huge dead zone down to the bottom of the base.
Yeah, the Royal Champ, for sure, as you said, is going to be planned on that single Inferno Tower, making sure that that's taken down, just so we can get started with his dragons later on into that town hall. But now it's all about those heroes. Those heroes are designed to take down the scatter, at least. Like you can see now the king running into that compartment with that enemy scatter. And this so far is looking pretty good as an entry point. Now the Yeti at the top, that he wants to have his queen walking around there, maybe even taking down, not sure, like the eagle is really far away, but just trying to get his queen into that compartment, taking down the multi-inferno. That would be already a great thing, and that's exactly what is happening. The king now slowly is approaching the scatter and should take down the scatter. And now really soon we're going to have the dragons getting started into that town hall, maybe into the eagle, depending if he's going to switch to the blimp or not.
Yeah, I think it was really wise to use that Yeti on the back end of the base, because actually he was able to snipe off the air defense up there whilst the Yeti was pinned onto the mortar. So that just means the dragons now only have to deal with this one air defense, which they will be able to take down pretty early on. Probably the Stone Slammer to help with pathing from that left-hand side, unless, like you said, he decides to go for the Eagle. But with so many dragons and no air defense or single target Infernos, he's just going to try and pass the dragons straight on through with the Rage spell to the Town Hall. Grand Warden's ability will help them through that Giga Bomb, because they can be a little bit weak to that. And I'm just a little bit worried about this multi-inferno. How many red air bombs are in there, and how is it going to impact the dragons? Here we go, Eagle Artillery locked on as well. Itsu, they're starting to take major damage at this point.
Yeah, but the Hound is getting dragged away, so nothing to worry about over there. The poison perfectly used just to make sure that the Royal Champion cannot deal any damage, and now it's all about this Eagle. This Eagle to do, it has to like everything on its own, I feel like. But there are so many dragons so nicely spread out that I do not think that this is going to be enough for the Eagles to like get rid of every single dragon, because there's not only a Tesla, one Archer Tower left in this base, and that's it. He still is making sure that the Hound is not coming over, still sticking to this right side, which means he does not have to deal with that. And this is only a couple of buildings left, and I think Lin has done it. He has made sure that the comeback for Tompanai Empire is possible with this 3-star on the board.
And he made sure to do it in style, because like you said, whilst the dragons were taking damage, there were so many of them left over that it really did not matter. They could just swarm the back end of the base. And I feel that was very much, going back to Town Hall 7 basics almost. Town Hall 8 basics. Take out the air defense, make sure the dragons don't have major damage, and they can just slowly move through the base. A beautifully placed attack there, just picking off parts of the base, and exactly what Tompanai Empire needed. But as we know from alternate attacks, I'm sure they will just continue pushing the 3-stars, and really, Tompanai are just waiting for a slip up at this point. That's what they have to do. Hope that one of their bases is able to trip alternate attacks up.
Yeah, and we have Lineage most likely coming next. That's the cool thing about those top teams. I feel like the best thing which you can do in those short formats is you always have your attack order. And that's exactly what is going to happen. We have Lineage coming in next, and they're just going to stick to their attack order, which they had the last couple of matches, the same as Tompanai. And now we have the Queen Charge. Lineage says Queen Charge, that's the thing which he loves to do, and he's so good at it. So far he used twice the Queen Charge Inferno Dragons, which works once, and the second time was sadly like a time fail. But this time he's switching back to the hybrid. So you can see already he's taking this series. I feel like the Queen Charge hybrid, just as the strategy already is showing in the stats screen, that it is just so incredibly powerful, and I feel like it's stronger on most of the bases than the Queen Charge Inferno Dragon attack. And so far the entry looks good. Headhunter to make sure the enemy king has no chances against his queen, and this entry-wise is looking pretty good.
It certainly does. He's managed to take out the scatter shot there, now luring the clan castle, or part of it anyways, using the poison onto the headhunters and just waiting now as the super wall breakers move in. I thought he might have been charging his queen down over towards the town hall, but no, he is going to be charging her direct into the center to that multi-target inferno, and then probably we will see the hybrid into the town hall, as it looks like with the siege barracks being deployed down there. Queen taking a little bit extra time now with the lava hound just getting lured. The hybrid will move in, and let's hope that his queen can hurry up into the center of the base to help with the hybrid pathing.
Yeah, but we already saw the first couple of spring traps, and now we see how many traps are around that town. That one is not going to be an easy task for this hybrid with so many traps on its way. The next interesting thing about this attack is that the king was replaced off to the right side, which means it's perfect pathing for the P.E.K.K.A. to get forced into that compartment to make the pathing of the hybrid really, really nicely and make sure that those heal spells hit every single troop. But now the last heal had to be used, making sure that he's getting through that Royal Champion, making sure that he's getting to the back end. The Queen now finally arrived at that enemy Eagle, taking that down. Now it's all about the back end. As long as the single front tower is not locking on the Royal Champion, this is looking really good for Linnade.
He is a master with the hybrid, so proficient with the queen charges, just beelining the queen around that area, taking out the multi, then the eagle, couple of balloons, always making sure he's looking at the placement of the defenses, just taking them in to get the archer tower and the cannons to help out. Really, the little details of the attacks are what you can always notice with alternate attacks. And Linnade, as you mentioned, loves the queen charge. I feel the hybrid is his ultimate specialty, and that is now 3-4-3. And they don't look like they're slowing down either, Itsu.
Yeah, and now we're in a difficult situation for Tompina Empire, because so far, yes, they were incredible on offense, but so far they always were in the lead. And that was something which we were talking about earlier in this tournament, that so far in the tournament, it seems like teams which are getting the lead early and putting up the pressure on the enemy team, most of the time are winning. And I feel like so far Tompina Empire always was in the situation where alternate attacks right now is in. So they were always the team who's putting up the pressure for the enemy team. They were always the team who was leading in that specific match. And now it's the first time they're actually behind. So now it's a complete different situation for them. Let's see if they make sure that they keep getting those 3 stars in, because otherwise it could be complete rollover for the world champion for alternate attacks, like making sure they're going through this match with no problems. But at the same time, they have to hope that their defenses are at some point defending whatever alternate is throwing at them.
And I think that's just a really difficult thing, because alternate all tend to attack with different strategies. So it makes it really difficult to build against them while you can try and bait people in. Alternate are also expecting that, so it just makes it even harder for a base builder to battle against these top teams. But we do have Metru coming in, normally with his Lava Loon. That's what he's used throughout the tournament and gaining the 3 stars. But switching it to the ground here, interestingly, Itsu, with the Queen Charge Hybrid.
Yeah, as we said, Tompina is already predicting that that alternate is defending this Lalo style, which they were using for so long. So maybe they're just like getting into their heads, not really sure. Now we forgot actually one of the healers had to place it a bit delayed, but either way he needs to use the next Goku Loon. He really needs to use that next Goku Loon. The black was kind of early, so let's see if there are even more black mines in this tower charge. But so far it looks really good. He's charging into 2 ground expos, and he's going to engage the enemy scatter really soon. But so far it does not look that the queen is going for the next ground expo. Instead, she's walking around the corner and is doing something complete unexpected, I would say, at this point.
Yeah, he definitely wanted the queen to move up towards the center of the base, take that ground expo, and then move on towards the multi, trying to get the hybrid in to force her back on track, but it's not really going to happen. Maybe he can send the super wall breaker in to rescue things here. As the hybrid moves in, it's also getting caught on the ground skeletons popping around the Eagle Artillery, having to use his heal spells, and he doesn't have any heals left at this point. Grand Warden ability also used, and with a ton of splash left on the base, it is not looking good for Metro. Has to use the rage spell to try and power the hybrid forward, help protect the royal champion a little bit. Queen also taking huge damage now, Itsu, and that central multi-target inferno is really going to be the difference maker, but he does have some hog riders moving on in.
This queen is somehow surviving everything. She's still alive. Those hogs are still pushing through. and the Royal Champion is still alive as well. So the Royal Champ needs to stay alive. He somehow needs to make sure that the Royal Champ is not getting targeted by that Single Inferno Tower. It would be so important for the back and Royal Champ ability, making sure that she has access now to the Single Inferno Tower. The Single Inferno Tower is locking onto that Royal Champion, but the Inferno Tower is going quick enough, or it's going down quick enough, and this Judo is looking like the next 3-star. Tompina Empire and Metro has done it. They pushed back into this match and are staying close to alternate.
I can't believe he spun that around so well. It was looking really difficult mid-attack there with the Queen not quite going where he wanted. All of his heals had to use his other spells to try and protect the Royal Champion, but he knew that the Royal Champion would be able to finish off the back end of the base, and in the end, he had so many troops alive. I love that he was able to foresee the attack and just watch it panning out there. So Tompina Empire not giving up at this point. They are continuing to apply their own pressure, but in missing that first 3-star, alternate attacks are in the driver's seat. They have the war in their hands at this point, and if they continue to just move through the bases as they have been, then they are taking the victory.
Yeah, that's right. And we have Boom and Vale going in next for alternate. Boom so far has done like a Super Witch attack and Blizzard Lalo, so complete different strategies. We know that he sometimes is even using like Yeti Smash with bats, so something which we have not even seen, I think, maybe once or twice in this entire tournament. So some really unusual strategies are still up to be coming from alternate. So let's see what exactly they're going for. And I mean, Vale so far trolling us a little bit with those lightnings, which he used so far in the attacks, but somehow always managed to steal triple. So we know how good he is if he's actually hitting those lightnings. And well, I feel like it's looking good for alternate, and Tompina Empire really has to concentrate to stay into this.
It certainly is. And I mean, we know from the hit rates that it tends to go up over towards the end of the war as well. Boom is using the Super Witches, like you mentioned. He did get the 3-star in the opening round of Super Witches, then switched to the Blizzard Lalo, where he didn't quite make it. Now going back to his roots, taking out the Expo and the Scatter in the center there, just allowing his Grand Warden to extend the area of pathing created. And with the Super Wall Breaker already busting in, he's going to be pushing the Super Witches direct into the Town Hall.
I love the Archer at the left side, like taking out one entire border just with one Archer. Like, I mean, those teams, they have like 8 minutes or something to plan, and seeing things like this in 8 minutes, like, wow, like this is impressive. So meanwhile, still the Warmup is going on. As soon as the Tesla, I guess, is going to be taken down, he's going to start with the Super Witches right into that town compartment, and then he has one jump spell going to be placed on top of the clan castle, most likely, just to make sure that everything is going inside.
Here they come with the king on the outside of the base, like you mentioned, in order to help with that funnel. Big boys out in front, and we know that the Grand Warden's ability doesn't really need to be used for the Super Witches in that of the Giga Bomb because they have so much health. So he will be able to preserve that until he gets further on, probably towards that back-end scatter shot. As the Coco Loon does absorb a Black Bomb, we do have the Tornado Trap, interestingly, down to that area, Ritsu, next to the Town Hall, but it's not really going to do anything in this attack other than slow these Super Witches down. But to be honest, he's already got everything in, and the jump, yeah, it looks like these Super Witches
it's not connecting,
probably gonna
right?
bust that wall. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe sometimes it looks like it's not.
What?
Oh, I've seen a Hog Rider jump over.
Okay, never mind. That was a hog. I was already saying, like, wait a second. Okay, I mean, Hog Riders can jump walls. I should have known that. But either way, now we have all of the witches walking around. That jump was... that was unfortunate. So let's see if we can save this. I mean, the Royal Team already out of the window as well. The witches are now walking around the outside. They won't come back into the base, I guess. Now the invisibility spell, making sure the Royal Champion is staying alive. The Queen and the witches are getting targeted by the Eagle. Now it's all about the backhand. He has only 40 seconds left for this backhand. The Royal Champion is going down, and this is not looking too good considering that he has so much left on the backhand. Judo, I think Tompina Empire might have their first defense.
This will be the opening that they needed. I guess the only thing he could have done is turned the defenses invisible at the top to redirect the Royal Champion, but with the Queen there, she would have just taken the Royal Champion out. So with the jump spell being misplaced, Boom couldn't really adapt the strategy at that point, and you have to say that was a slip up from Alternate, not necessarily the base in that regard. So Tompanai Empire will be looking at that as a moment to capitalize, but also, is that going to impact Varley into the last attack? I don't personally think so, but it is something that Tompanai will be thinking about.
Yeah, and that was exactly what they were needing, because now if you take a look at the percentage, we know that if Tompanai Empire is going to 3-star, they're really close again. They're really close to Alternate, and this is all about it. Like, this is all about it, making sure they're staying in that match. And, well, if the percentages are right, they're going to be even in the lead, adding another 20%, which they would get due to getting another 3-star.
Totally. So effectively, we talked about how the war was in the hands of Alternate. Now it is not, because if Tompanai get 2 3-stars, they've done it. There's nothing that Alternate could do. So Tompanai Empire at this point will have to really focus. We know, as we've mentioned, the hit rates tend to go up for that last attack, but the 3rd or 4th attack can sometimes be a little bit tricky because you are coming up against the bases that you don't necessarily feel confident with. Now, React, who you might have seen previously on Nova Esports roster, has been a fantastic addition to Tompanai Empire, getting the 3-stars throughout day 1 and 2. Grand Warden taking damage here. Oh no!
What is happening?
Just happened?
He needs the rage. I mean, okay, the cannon is now going down. Okay, maybe not anymore, but that was, I don't know. I mean, he's not using a super witch attack, so he needs the warden ability for that town hall. And this now is going to be tricky to take that out. Maybe he's going to invest. Not really sure. Something else to take down the town hall, because so far it looks like the queen won't get the town hall without having any war breaks, and he's having to delay something for that. Maybe the royal champion, maybe he's going to delay the king for later. Not really sure just yet, but so far it's looking like that he's walking around that town hall, making sure that his smash is going to enter into that single inferno tower, and that's exactly what it's looking like so far.
Yeah, the only other thing he could do is switch out his siege machine and keep the royal champion with the main phase of the attack. Either way, it is not what React wanted, and he is going to have to try and do something. The healers do switch off to the P.E.K.K.A, which is obviously good, in order to try and keep them alive as they move into the center of the base. Now taking fire from both Scattershot, though. They move into the center, and how... Oh! He would have really loved the ability there. Warden about to go down. It is the Battle Blimp. Oh, there's so much going on, Itsu.
Yeah, and I have no clue how... Okay, I just want to say I have no clue how the warden is still staying alive. But this back end with the king staying alive as well, like, this is not looking as React was playing this for. But still, he has the royal champion. That's now all about the king. The royal champ, first off, ignores the enemy king. But with this headhunter, he should be easy taking that out. And now it's all about the back end with still one single inferno tower to go, but 1 minute left on the clock. But Judo, this is not looking too good for Tompanai, for React in this one. And this is getting us back to what we were talking about with, like, this 4th seed, or like this fourth position in a clan war like this has the worst hit rate so far. We saw it earlier with Boom, and now with React. I'm not sure why exactly, but it feels like the bases are always in the, like, the whoever has to take it at the fourth position, it's always the base, which somehow seems to be the best and best defending, because we have still the back and single inferno tower. The queen cannot reach it, and this with only 25 seconds left and running out of troops and heroes. I don't see this being a 3-star.
It is absolutely the defense. It is what alternate attack needed to keep themselves on top. You have to say that with the troops around the outside of the base, React has done pretty good to push up the percentage, given the miss of the Town Hall and the Grand Warden ability at the start. But ultimately, there was nothing he could do towards the back end of the base. The single target Inferno, with the heroes not being able to reach it. I don't think he could have done anything else given the earlier slip-ups. So it's back in the hands of alternate attacks with the world's MVP, and that of Vale, coming up next.
Yeah, he's going in next, and he has everything in his own hands. So let's see if he can make sure that it is working. As we said, the last attacker has the highest hit rate so far in this tournament. And as we said, as I just mentioned, the 4th position so far is a bit unlucky. I think even under 50% hit rate, and every single other strategy, like every other position, is above 50%. So we can see the huge difference in that, and how the teams are splitting up their plans and how the teams are approaching those bases. And we have Vale once again in, and he's once again bringing those lightning. So let's see if he's actually hitting those. Otherwise, I mean, he might still save that, but now he's using those lightnings, making sure the scatter, the expo is going down. He's even using the lightnings to damage the enemy queen. And this is it. He got the lightnings done, and now it's all about the next thing for the log launcher and the queen and the king and the royal champ, most likely.
I know you are secretly smiling, Itsu, with the deployment of that log launcher. Vale often uses the lightning spells, but this is his favorite variant, the Lalo version. Now, the log launcher will be able to take out that multi-target Inferno, Itsu, given the lightning damage that was earlier done. Wow! Vale, with perfect calculation, Genius. Takes that area of the base, and what does he have inside the log launcher to help with the hero dive? It is the ice golems, who will slowly move into this area to protect the RC. Hopefully she can get the scatter shot, and from there, Vale is looking home and dry.
Where's the base? Where's the base gone? I love Vale for using the log launcher. It is such a cool siege machine, and it's so underused in how powerful it is. And there's the Lalo starting in from the right side. The Lalo pathing is so good. Like, just take a look at the Lalo pathing. There's nothing to distract those loons, making sure they're going through those buildings nicely. And even the sweeper is pointing to the other direction. The royal champion, meanwhile, is taking out slowly the lava pups, or maybe the lava pups are taking out the royal champ. No one knows really, but it's all about how he's approaching that town hall. Is the detonator? Is he making sure the warden is getting used at the right time? That's the main question.
He has to wait a little bit here, because whilst the balloons were in range of the town hall, they were slowly taking out the defenses, and he did not want to lose all of the balloons to that Giga Bomb. With the ability, he can also protect towards the wizard tower, but he has a haste. Itsu, I don't think there's anything that could go wrong at this point, unless there's 10 red air bombs here, and then I will apologize to Vale for jinxing his attack. But there we go, there's one, there's two, the tornado, what's happened? Anyways, it is going to be the 3-star with balloons everywhere. Minions, lava pups, Vale, finishing off in style for his team. 14 stars for alternate attacks, and that will be the victory, moving them into the grand final today, Itsu.
Wow, that attack was impressive, I would say, at least to say. So really, really nice attack with the log launcher, sniping out a core multi-inferno tower, and after that, make Lalo look easy. I think that's easy to say. But now we have Tompanay Empire. Obviously, they want to get with the momentum into the next matchup, because even if they're going to lose this match, which they already did by stars, but at the same time, we're going to see them again. We're going to see them again today, which means they want to start on a high. They want to start with a 3-star to get into the next match with really good momentum, feeling, and it's up to their team captain, Rigo Towers, to get this 3-star on the board.
Absolutely. They need to keep themselves together here, because as you mentioned, we do have the 3rd and 4th place matchup after the 2 semi-finals, and then the grand final in itself. So Tompanay Empire will want to make sure that they are moving into that 3rd match with their heads held high, with their confidence, and making sure that they've put up a good fight here as well. You always want to make the wars as close as it is. Even if they weren't battling later today, they would want to just give everything they have at this level. I know for a fact that that is what they will be doing. So it's Rigo Torres, team captain, with the Zap Lalo in itself, Itsu.
Yeah, but this time, no log launcher. That's... I'm missing something. No, I'm just kidding. So we have six lightnings overall. Let's see where exactly he's going to place those. Making sure that right in the beginning, he's going to use the king to get funneled into the town compartment. Guess the wall break. Yes, the wall break is going to happen. Beautiful. Just to make sure the king is taking that out. And then from this point on, he's going to take down the enemy queen with his own queen. And the multi-inferno tower, which is really close to this left side as well, taking that out next. Oh, the queen ability. That was last second, I would say. And the queen is going down to the splash of the wizard tower. Oh, no.
enemy Archer Queen survives with a tiny little bit of health. And really, he will be counting on a minion or a lava pup locking on to take her down. But is that going to be a balloon or two missed? Let's find out as he draws the troops well into that poison spell with the archer and condensing them so that the baby dragon can do damage. Nicely done there by Rigatores, and just waiting patiently at this point for the super minions to go down. We know that earlier on in the stream, we seen the super minions doing damage to a lava loon attack. He's obviously very concerned about that, and now we have the Ice Hound moving in from the top of the base. I love the fact that he's brought a Ice Hound here because he can freeze the multi and the Eagle Artillery, but is he planning on even freezing the back end multi with that Ice Hound? Let's see where it pops.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised that he's brought so many hounds, because take a look at them. Not a single hound just yet exploded, so that is a lot of tanking power. And remember, every single hound is 6 loons overall, and now we have the loons slowly making it into the core. He's using the death damage of that blimp to take down the enemy queen, so really nicely done. And now it's all about the back end. The enemy, the Tesla farm is on the right side, predicting the Warden Walk right there, and I can tell you, this wouldn't be any fun to get your Warden into all of those Tesla. And now it's all about the Inferno Tower needs to go down. The Inferno Tower is the biggest threat right now, and he's taking that out nicely. And now this is only about time. Can he take every single storage out on the left side? There are 2 elixir storages. That's a lot of HP to go through.
I don't think time is going to be on the side of Rigatores here, trying to help the balloons through with that invisibility spell, but facing a Tesla farm at the very end, just too much for his balloons. Didn't quite get the damage he needed with that hero dive and had to adapt the Lalo just a little bit. Still a great attack. It will mean that Alternate win this with 2 stars spare, so they will move into the grand final with a lot of confidence, and Tomp and I will have to pick things up moving into their 3rd place matchup. But your winners of the first war here are Alternate Attacks, and Itsu, what an amazing performance we just seen.
Yeah, and that was just the first match of the day. Like, we have so many more cool matches to see today. I just cannot wait it. You can see it one more time, the score at the end of the clan war. We have 14-12. Such an amazing performance from both teams. And now we have the replay, and your explanation is second, right?
Yes, absolutely. I feel like sometimes the wars could just go either way. You know, we talked prior to this war about how it was so difficult to predict, but on many occasions you really did see that the bases were the difference maker in holding the attacker off. But sometimes it does come back down to the day, and we did see a couple of slip-ups from the attackers as well. But why don't we go ahead and break down one of those attacks then for you, because, well, we should take another look at it, shouldn't we? And I think we should be breaking down none other than the attack by Varley. I know it was the one that we only just seen towards the end, but with the base pretty much being down with the Lalo, I just wanted to show at home that if you do want to use the Lalo attack, but you're not quite sure on it, you can finish off the back end of the base with a Lalo if you are so proficient like Varley was here. So using the lightning spells is often a good choice, because it's tough to fail the lightnings unless you're taking down the healers, and it means you are eliminating that area of the base. No matter what traps are there, your balloons aren't going to that area. Also, you can then extend the dead zone with your heroes. So sometimes you might take out grounded expos with the lightnings if you're sending in heroes despite doing a Lalo, because then you have a much better ride for your hero dive. The log launcher, though, just perfectly calculating onto that multi-target Inferno, and that is something that repetition and practice will help you to do. Just knowing what type of damage you can get onto defenses with the lightning, finish off with the log launcher. That's kind of a new meta that we've seen a little bit in this tournament, using the lightnings in combination with the log launcher. But also just look at the base at this point. The entire north of the base, the center, and down to the west is done. And because the log launcher had done its job, the ice golems can protect the royal champion. at this point, you don't need to be the most proficient Lalo attacker in the world because the pathing is incredible. Varley can push majority of his balloons in from the 3 o'clock area. And the only thing he has to worry about really is pushing enough balloons from the 6 o'clock side so that the bulk of the balloons come together over the town hall, which is obviously where you use the Grand Warden. By using the lightning spells, you don't have a ton of spells. I personally feel one thing about the Lalo that can be difficult is trying to deploy your balloons and get the spells on point as you are moving around the base. But when you've done the lightning variation, you only really have a couple of haste to worry about, and it's really prioritizing the haste for the splash damage and making sure if you're not taking out the town hall, you are clumping balloons over it, where you then use your Warden ability. If you can take down majority of the base with the lightning spells and the hero dive, you don't necessarily have to do a Lalo. Varley could have arguably finished off this base with just about anything, but I really wanted to show that maybe this is something you could focus on if you want to start practicing Lalo. However, let's move to the next semi-final, Itsu. It is Indian Clashers and HT Family.
One quick set. I just want to finish someone with bars. That would be a goal in itself. Okay, like just finishing off the base with bars. Come on, please, someone do this. But yeah, we have seen it. We have seen it. Maybe we're going to see it again in a match like this. Even though I doubt it. But either way, we have the next semifinal on our hands, and this one is going to be an interesting one because so far those two teams were the most successful teams on defense, and it's Indian Clashers, which so far has done an amazing job on their defense against teams like Darkest Muzan, which were really, really strong. And on the other side, we have HT Family being able to hold back a team to 9 stars, which the round before that even had a perfect war. So those two teams are incredible on defense. So I feel like this is going to be the key thing for them to succeed. And it's going to be really, really, really interesting to see if they're still going that strong, or at some point they have some bases which are not as strong maybe anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure they will have used their best bases earlier on in the tournament because ultimately in a best of one, you need to be able to get through that round to progress. So you do want to assure the victory. And again, you see bags of experience on the team roster here. We will be going into the individual players with their attacks, but I do want to just continue that conversation, Itsu, because it seemed like the first semi-final, we were talking very much about the offensive strength of both of the teams, whereas here it is very much the defense that has brought the teams arguably to this point. They haven't had as good of a hit rate as the other teams in the other semi-final, but their defensive has just been on point. Like you said, Indian Clashers holding off Darkest Muzhan on every single attack, and likewise HT Family doing the same and holding off Aphelion to 9 stars. This war is all about the defense, I feel.
Yeah, that's right. But at the same time, it's overcoming like 1 or 2 bases. Maybe the goal in this matchup is it's like concentrating on a few bases and take a bit longer to plan out those attacks against these bases, just to make sure that you gain like those 12, maybe 13 stars on the board. Now the other bases, maybe just even say, okay, in those 8 minutes which we have to plan, we do not find an early and good plan. So let's see. And we have already our first attack in with the giant, super giants and witches, which is actually really smart choice because this strategy allows you to like put your time into other strategies, because planning out an attack like this is not taking too long, which is, I would say, key, especially considering that those two, like the teams right now, have not too much plan and timing. But already in the beginning, he's finding the Tesla farm, which is going to deal a lot of damage. But at the same time, taking those out early is a nice thing as well.
It certainly is, and we talked about the attack order in the last attack, Itsu. I want to kind of pick up on that because we have seen 11 kicking off the wars a lot for Indian Clashers, but they've gone with Serial Killer here, who also tends to use the Queen Charge Lalo, and he has completely switched it up, potentially taking a leaf out of alternate attacks book. But I notice as well, though, the log launcher isn't necessarily used through the center of the base, as we've seen with the attacks by alternate. It's used slightly off to the side, but he's managed to open up that entire area that the witches can move from the scattershot compartment here into the center. But there's a grounded expo that did not go down, Itsu, and that is causing huge damage. Interesting to delay the deployment of the Queen as well.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if that was intentional or not 100% sure, but the giant bomb, take a look at this giant bomb. This did so much damage to the witches, and now with the giant bomb going off, this means all of the skeletons were gone, which means the witches are without any protection. Finally, the ground expo is going down, but now it's all about getting the town hall. But this so far is not looking too bad with the skeletons going through that wall. Now we have the queen taking down the town hall with that royal champion together. And it's all about the backhand multi-inferno tower. If he can take that down, that would be the key to the success right there. He can still freeze it, making sure that there's not too much damage. Now it's going to be frozen. And now it's all about the royal champ. Can the royal champ get this multi-inferno tower out of the way, Judo? That's the big question.
Can she do it? I think she will. Down it goes, Itsu. Queen has the ability, moves up to the top end of the base, but I think with 1 minute left, the Queen could easily get down to the wizard towers. RC takes the first one to protect all of these skeletons moving through with the witches. Serial is starting this war out exactly as Indian Clash is needed. Like you said, overcoming some of the bases is what they needed to do. We know how defensive heavy both of these clans are, but Indian Clashers starting off in style with the 3 stars. And what is so amazing there is Serial normally likes to attack last in his team. Perhaps he just saw the weakness and went for it to put the 3 stars on the board and really just put that pressure on HT family right out of the gates.
Yeah, and I feel like that was the first time them using the strategy, right? I feel like they picking up a couple of the strategies, learning from the other teams as well. That's always something which is really cool to watch. The different teams like influencing each other with like the strategies, how they are building the bases, trap placement, things like that. And seeing like Indian Clashers switching things up is a huge thing. And so far, Indian Clashers with going the lead, they have done an amazing job with that. Always getting the pressure on early. Then in the middle of the war, sometimes they had like a couple of, it's a bit of a low, I would say, but then they always finish off strong because one of their players are still is still perfect in the entire tournament. And this was one of the invited teams, which means they have played one match more than all of the other teams. So this is even more impressive to me. So let's see if this is going to go forward, especially now with HT Family. They need the 3-star in early. As we said, both teams are kind of similar going into the tournament, like objective-wise. So getting in a triple early to make sure that the pressure is not getting too high, that would be big.
It certainly would, and I was just about to say, what type of attack will we see? We know that HT Family like the air style of attack, in particular the dragons. It is the Inferno Dragon variant that we will be seeing. Oh, this strategy started off the tournament with a lot of success, Itsu, but I feel it really dipped in day 2 and 3, and we didn't really see much success with it. So this is a tough one to call. Let's find out. The skeleton traps come in nice and early on, actually activates the town hall there, which is interesting, having to freeze it again and again to allow the Inferno Dragons in, and the Grand Warden doesn't look like he's in range. Wow. Oh, he just moved across to the balloons. That was super important.
Where can I get a warden like this? That was genius from this warden, making like this small step of flying a bit into the direction of the Town Hall Inferno Dragons and making sure that he's covering everything. Now we have the scatter shot on the bottom side. Nothing is going in there though, so this scatter shot is completely alone. Maybe the Royal Champion in there, that would be maybe a good choice. But either way, the Inferno Dragons are making their way slowly through the top side, getting into the back and Eagle. And we heard already a couple of times from the pro players how important it is to take down the Eagle, because this is one of the major defenses to defend strategies like this. And with 1 freeze left, Royal Champion is still not even used, and a couple of the Inferno Dragons alive. I think, Judo, this is looking pretty good.
I think it does. Sometimes it's very difficult to predict this type of strategy because the Inferno Dragons kind of get caught in the middle, but you rely on your heroes to finish off the back end of the base. But the fact that he still has a couple of them helping the Royal Champion is fantastic. There goes the ability, and with the Royal Champion recuperating her health due to that, she will easily finish off the Archer Tower, bringing HT Family level with Indian Clashers. And if you really want to talk about it in terms of attack time, I think this one might be a quicker attack, but we're only 1 attack in. I don't think we need to talk about that too much, Itsu. It is, though, both clans starting off with the 3-star, and again, a semi-final that is sure to bring a ton more.
Yeah, that was a great start for both teams, knowing they have already won 3-star on the board. And now it's all tied up again. It's all tied up again. I mean, maybe not on time, but at this, I'm not sure if time is going to be the biggest factor at the end. But let's see. Either way, getting the 3-star on the board for HD Family was a huge thing. And I mean, talking about the attacking order, I feel like, as you said, Indie Clashers mixed things up sometimes. We had Serial Killer most of the time, like he likes to go in last, and he did go first. On the other side, though, with HG Family, they seem to always stick to a certain attack order, the same way as Tompina Empire or Alternate. We had always the same attack order, and I guess they're just going to do it once again. I feel like this is just something which you don't have to worry about. Like I said, those teams have around about 8 minutes to start with the first attack, which is they have to go through 5 bases, plan those, like get some plans, and then getting into the attack. So having not to worry about like who is going in first, second, whatever, always have the same attack order is something which is really, really relieving, I would say, especially for the team members who have to go in like in the middle of the war. So yeah, maybe a good choice. And let's see what Indian Clash is going to go in with next, and who is going in next, and if they're switching things up once again.
I feel like for the first attack, you really just want an attacker that is, well, fast in order to come up with a plan, but also specializes in one of the strategies that doesn't have as many finer details, like the super giant into witches. Now we have the Queen Charge hybrid from 11, who was successful with this strategy yesterday. And obviously a Queen Charge does require just that little bit extra planning. So let's see if 11 can keep the pressure on and get another 3-star for Indian Clashers.
Yeah, that would be great, getting this already the second 3-star. But at the same time, this Ground Expo looks really scary for the Queen. I mean, the Ground Expo can like shoot the Queen non-stop. The Queen never has the chance to reach that Ground Expo, except he's going to Wall Break really soon at that Warden. So maybe he's going to do that. Let's see. Yep, there's the Wall Breaker going. So if the Queen is stepping right, she could reach that Expo at the same time. Charging in between of 2 Expos is really risky. But it seems like so far the Queen is doing exactly what she was supposed to do. So really good Queen, as we just saw with the Warden. But the first Black Man is hitting, so he needs to make sure the Queen's staying alive. Right away, the Queen ability, now it's all about the poison and taking down the super minions. But the Eagle has different plans and taking down the healers.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate. He kind of needs his Queen to move over to that direction. I think that is the plan, so that his Queen definitely is. With another Rage spell coming in, the Queen can move over to the Eagle, take that down, and the enemy Queen to help the Hybrid later on. But if we are to shift our focus to the right of the screen on the Hybrid, it is slowly getting to the Town Hall. He has used the Warden ability because there's only miners at the Town Hall now. The Hog Riders have moved on forward, so miners can just duck under that Giga Bomb. Looking pretty good, but a lot of the troops moving to the outside of the base. He has to hope he can condense things onto the scatter shot, but he still has a heal and a freeze left, Itsu.
Yeah, that's not looking too bad as long as she's making sure the Queen is staying alive, and that's exactly what she's doing right there. Now the Royal Champion needs to take down the Scatter. Royal Champion taking that down, and now there's the King and the Single Frontier on the back end. This is not an easy task to go through, but with those 2 Headhunters, maybe it's possible.
Yeah, the miners just got ahead of the Royal Champion as well, which is so important. I feel he used the Royal Champion's ability to get the scatter shot down and was one ping with the shield away from hitting the Inferno Tower, but he didn't need it anyways. A 3-star from Indian Clashers, and we've talked about how this war could be defensive heavy, but so far, non-stop 3-stars. What a matchup.
Those 2 teams, like, that is impressive. Like, that's the cool thing. I feel like those 2 teams got like better and better over the tournament, and this is something which is really important as well. Like, over the tournament, obviously, like trying to adapt what you might have been doing wrong in the beginning, and then trying to become better in that. And that seems exactly what Indie Clashers is doing right there. And now it's up to HG Family again to like answer, to somehow make sure they're staying close to Indie Clashers, because we saw already in the past that it's so dangerous to give Indie Clashers a lead like this. They were able to beat a couple of the tournament favorites with this, always being able to kind of get the lead and then never let the other team come back into the match. So HG family really needs this next attack once again to 3-star and stay close to the score of any clashes.
They certainly do, because as you've mentioned, we've seen it time and time again where Indian Clashers get the lead and they move forward. That's no doubt what has helped them to win the ESL Indian Championships twice over. And they have a roster now that has merged a lot of the top Indian teams to bring their superstars into this tournament. And I feel that is where we are really seeing the best of the Indian community. And they are within touching distance of getting to the grand finals. And I think this is a big move forward for the Indian Clashers team as well. Obviously, not quite making the grand finals last year, getting knocked out in the final of qualifier 4. So they are, like you said, continuing to improve. And I think they will just want to keep the pressure on HT family here. But we do have Izke, who has yet to 3-star. We did see that heroic rescue of the 2-star yesterday by him. But I'm sure he's wanting to spin things around and get the 3 stars in this one.
Yeah, and interesting enough, he's always going with the Lalo. Like, once he used the lightning spell in combination with the Lalo, and then just the Lalo, like right now, using a lot of spells. That's exactly what he's doing right now. And this entry, to be honest, is looking really, really good. Taking down the scatter on the left side, taking down the town hall, and now the clan castle troops as well. This is looking like a solid entry, and I think he's going to be happy about what his queen and all of the other troops got. The only problem which he has is he invested the poison already quite early, so now he needs to do out the lava pups, making sure that the baby dragon is going to get rid of that. That's exactly what he's doing, and then in a second he can get started with the Lado from the top left side, or not. Okay,
Ooh, interesting.
I got debated.
Well, he used the Stone Slammer, though, to that side. So normally you use the Stone Slammer as a tank almost for the Lava Hound in itself. But I think he just wants that Eagle down early on with the Grand Warden's ability nicely used early. The balloons move into the center. Hopefully they can absorb some more of the bombs before the ability wears off, but they don't. How much force can he get moving through the base here? He's managed to froze the Queen and the Scatter Shot. He's got a lot of balloons moving to the back end of the base, and no more splash damage apart from that Wizard Tower, which did survive. Oh no, he put a couple of loons onto it, but they didn't get it.
Finally, the Wizard Tower is going down with this last haste spell. It is so many loons getting hasted into the back, and the dragon is still alive as well. And that are so many loons. The Inferno Tower is like dropping like nothing. And this attack is going to be an overkill 3-star. Like, this slammer was placed perfectly, even pathing into the core to make sure that at the end of the attack we have like a huge loot wave overpowering the back end. And this is going to be the first triple for Izke. And that was such an important one for the timing, because once again, this semifinal, we said it's all about defense, and now it's somehow turned in all like non-stop being 3-stars. Those two teams really nicely prepared for each other, and this is what it looks like when some of the best teams in the world are facing off in a semifinal match.
Maybe it is all about defense and we're just waiting for that one base to hold up, because you mentioned at the start of the war that really it is about trying to get at least 1 or 2 3-stars against those difficult bases. The teams have already done that. Now, interestingly, I feel on the previous wars, Indian Clashers were able to hold onto the lead, like you said, even get a couple of 3-stars towards the end of the war. But for the most part, I think we have seen HT family getting their 3-stars at the start of the war and then holding out on defense. So it will be interesting to see whether Indian Clashers can pop up another 3-star later on, because as we've said, the 3rd and 4th attack is when we start to sometimes see things not quite going to plan. So I think this is where, how it's looking so far, the war is going to be decided on the next couple of attacks. Well, it most definitely is. But
yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I exactly know what you mean. So let's see what they're going to bring up next, because so far every single attack was such an overkill. They were so impressive plan-wise as well. And I got like a quick side note as well, because actually it's all about, not only you have only 8 minutes to like plan, but as well you have to give the attacking order after 5 minutes. Like, that's normally how long I take to go through all of the bases without even trying to plan on them. So those teams are doing an amazing work in like this quick planning and everything. And now we have the next attack once again coming in, and this is with Super Witches. Really like a famous strategy for all of those pros out there. And so far it was a great success, even though slowly people are adapting, catching on that a lot of people like this strategy and placing the Black Mines against this, because if you cannot keep your healers alive, then your Super Witches will have no chance, especially to the back end of the base.
Yeah, most definitely. I find it interesting that we see Piyush using this strategy, given that team captain Krish Vishnoi has got 3 stars this tournament with these Super Witches. So maybe there is another base that they feel confident with. Piyush is the only player at this point not to have 3-starred 4 Indian clashes in the tournament. So if he does get a 3-star here, it could really spin things around, move his confidence, but the rest of the team as well, knowing that they can finish things off. The Grand Warden Walk did take out the Town Hall a little bit longer on time than we like to see, but the Super Wallbreaker went for the Builder Hut in that compartment and broke the wrong area. He's going to have to hope that he did have another Super Wallbreaker, thankfully. So yeah, I don't think it's too drastic there, Itsu.
Yeah, but he wanted to get into that skeleton compartment just to make sure that he can jump the back, and there's only one jump left, and now it's all about those Super Witches getting into the back, and because with just this one jump, he could enter the core, yes, but he will not be able to enter the back and the skeleton compartment, the multi-compartment. Instead, he's deciding to use the jump in the core, giving his troops access to the back and Sing Inferno Tower, vulnerability now as well, and now his own Royal Champion is getting placed into that multi after taking down the enemy king.
Yeah, I think he knew the Queen could reach the scatter, but maybe he was worried the Super Witches were going to walk there, because he could have used the jump spell in the original spot, arguably, but maybe he just felt the Super Witches would have walked if he didn't use it. He has managed to rip apart the core of the base here, Itsu, and with the Royal Champion taking down the back end of the base, it looks pretty good. He's used the freeze to protect her. He still has another freeze, probably for the scatter here. The Giant Bomb did not finish off the Royal Champion, so she can help with the scatter. With 30 seconds left, does he have the time to finish off? The RC is just moving around the base. Another beautiful freeze spell to protect the Royal Champion as she moves around. I think that was picture perfect. It could be the difference maker. 15 seconds now. As the Super Witches close in, it looks ever so more likely as Piyush gets his first 3-star of the tournament, keeping Indian clashes flawless in this war. And are we going to see HT Family just bat the 3 stars right back across? Because that's exactly what is happening here. Incredible.
I feel like us talking in the beginning, from defenses, and this those two teams are getting into this stage of the tournament because of their defense. They were like, we will show those guys that we are not only all about defenses, we can crush bases like any other team out there, and that's exactly what they're doing right there. So many great attacks, and as you say, especially the members which so far have not been tripled in the tournament are stepping up, making sure they can get 3 stars in as well. On both sides, we now had players getting their first 3 stars in, and this is so huge. And now it's once again back to HT Family, hopefully answering once again with another 3-star, because this match so far is incredible and really enjoyable to watch.
It still could go either way. Any of the teams could move to face alternate attacks in the grand final. And interestingly, Itsu, when we asked all of the teams who they wanted to face or who they looked up to, every single member of HT Family said they wanted to go against alternate attacks. So they need to keep the 3 stars coming in with this war. If they want that to happen, the Tornado Trap next to the Town Hall, but it's not going to be too drastic here with the Rage Spell. He did have a Giant Bomb there as well, which does damage. Can he get it with the Yetis? Oh, the final Yeti got it!
That was so close, making sure that he's getting that Town Hall. That was such a nice bait. Maybe this one Tesla being one tile further into the town direction to make sure the Yeti Mites are going for that instead of the Town Hall. Either way, a great bait, and making sure that at least ICU is sweating a little bit, because that one was a close one. And now we have the Queen Charge going for that top side. Not sure if that was planned, that he wanted to go in and enter in there, but so far looks great. The Kokoloons are doing an amazing job. Now it's all about getting in there, because so far it looks like the Queen is going to have a different plan. P.E.K.K.A are going to go in with those super wizards. The Queen slowly is following as well, and this entry is looking perfect.
He placed the jump spell there, and the P.E.K.K.A did not know what to do. It was moving into the base, out of the base. It's still doing the same. Finally takes out the cannon, moves on forward to the center of the base here. We have seen the Chinese community smashing bases with this P.E.K.K.A Smash variant. Not necessarily from HT Family as much, but ICU is the only player that is currently flawless for his team, and it's looking pretty good at continuing that streak, Itsu. With 1 minute 30 left on the board, Queen's ability, Royal Champion's ability, a freeze spell, and pretty much no defenses left.
What is going on? 2 jumps and the entire base is gone with the Queen ability, as you said, still not even used. Yes, the magic cleanup Headhunter still to place with 1 minute left. This base is just gone. I mean, in the beginning, yes, it was a little bit close, I would argue, about the Town Hall going down. But after that, flawless execution, making sure ICU is getting the next 3-star. And this match is, I mean, it's 9 stars for both teams out of 3 attacks. I don't know what to say. This semifinal is amazing.
I wish I had been tracking the attack times as well, so I had some kind of idea who was in the lead, because remember, it all comes down to stars, percentage, and then the average attack time as well. And at the moment, none of these teams wanting to get knocked down into the 3rd place matchup, both of them giving everything they have to get into the grand final. And so far, you have to say there has not really been a single slip up in this war. And it's right back to Indian clashes. I mean, they are 3 for 3 right now. The hit rate across this tournament has just skyrocketed in terms of their average. And yet they are still hanging in the balance of not quite dominating this war. I mean, how do they feel? You've been in that situation, Itsu. How would you feel if you are just getting the 3 stars and your opponent is continuing to do the same? What's going through your mind during that stage?
I think it could be worse, to be honest. Like, for example, like things on your own going wrong. So I feel like as long as you can keep doing this, like keep getting the 3 stars in, it's all okay. Like at the same time, you're getting a bit like, what is going on? Like, are our bases that bad today or something? Especially for those 2 teams, they normally have like received really low scores on defense, so that might be a factor. But at the same time, I think as long as all of the 3 stars and everything are like going right, I think they're completely fine with this. And now we have the blimp, and the blimp is getting targeted by the air defense, and the blimp is not making it into the export compartment. That's where he wanted to get the blimp in. I really have no clue why he used that invisibility spell there. I feel like it made sure that the blimp was targeted by the air defense, and with this, the Hound did not tank for their blimp anymore. And now instead of getting like the scatter shot, the X-bow, sweeper, eagle, all of those great things, and the clan Casador, instead he got just the scatter and 1 X-bow. I don't think that this is how he planned this out.
No, definitely not. With the amount of spells invested, it was an interesting move. I'd love to find out what was going through his mind there, using the invisibility spell. He redirected the Hound, and I just don't think he foreseen that. Saab did get a 3-star with the Dragons earlier on in the tournament. It is the only 3-star he has received, so maybe he can spin this around with his Dragon attack. But with that Eagle surviving, it's definitely not looking pretty. The Royal Champion could be deployed into that area, but like you said, he's going to have to wait till the Clan Castle going down. Town Hall now activated. The King pulls the Hound anyway. It seems to be going from bad to worse here for Saab.
Yeah, and now the Dragons are at the Town Hall, getting rotated into their Town Hall by the Tornado Trap. And take a look, like this Tornado Trap was designed to catch the Yeti blimp, like a blimp in general, for example, in combination with the Dragon attack. So they already thought, okay, HG Family thought maybe Indian Clashes are going for the Dragon attack, and that's exactly what they did. That's how scary it is. Like, that's how those pro teams are getting into your head. Like, this is pretty scary, like predicting all of this. But now we can see that this attack is going to be rough to be a 3-star. I don't think so. The Queen ability has to be used. The Royal Champion ability already had to be used. And at this point, with the single front tower and the Tesla and the Warden being still up on defense, I think this might be the first fail in this crazy matchup.
look at how close he is, actually. If the Blizzard had have actually done its job, this could have been so much different. And we do see the first slip up, as you mentioned, in this war. It is not the 3 stars for Indian Clashers. It is arguably a low percentage given the average we have seen across the tournament. HT Family have their opportunity to take the lead indefinitely now, put things into their side, and really, I mean, it's always tough to see when your plan just doesn't quite come together, but you need to be on top form every single attack when you have an opponent that is just throwing the 3 stars at you. And HT Family now maybe a little bit more nervous, given that they have an opportunity to pick up the 3 stars and take the lead. I'd be interested to see whether they can control things now, given that we know this 4th attack tends to be where the hit rate is a little bit less impressive.
Yeah, I feel like, though, that Indian Clash is way more nervous at this point because that was the first time they failed. HG Family yet to fail, so I feel like HG Family is really relaxed at this point because even if they fail, as long as they get like around 90%-ish 2-star, they still are in the lead going to the last 2 attacks. And one thing which you already mentioned is this 4th position is so cursed over the tournament. Like we saw already now many, many times that players in this 4th position somehow seem to do like mistakes which aren't common, don't really fit the right plan for a certain base. So really, whoever's in this attack position, I feel like if a team can get a 3-star in this attack position, it's already a huge advantage, which sounds kind of funny because it's about the attacking order, which sounds kind of like not that important. But at the same time, the stats are showing it. And now we have the next attack coming in. This is another smash. So let's see if there is the 3-star coming in. The Kokodoon is doing a great work of triggering or like scouting for any possible black mines. It's all about this blimp now taking down the Inferno Tower and obviously taking down doing out the clan cast as well.
Well, it looks like he has achieved both of those objectives, making sure to, well, clear out that entire area, actually, which means the Rage Spell was a pretty good investment. Now we see the... I can't even tell. It's the Queen that's deployed there. It's very difficult to see. But it is the Queen that's deployed behind the Lava Hound, and the Grand Warden is hidden behind the healers. I could hear the Grand Warden sound, but I couldn't quite see him. Anyways, he can finish off the Lava Hound in this top area. Like you said, he's already got access now down towards the Town Hall to drive all of his troops into that area. And 2 jump spells. We've seen how devastating this was in the previous attack by HT Family. If he can get this right and get the Warden ability perfectly timed. There it is to protect all of the balloons moving forward. 1 black bomb goes off, 2 black bombs to protect the healers and the tornado trap, but it's rotating the troops down over. Will they take the jump spell? Pops the King's ability to try and force them across into the center, which it should do nicely at this point, Itsu.
Yeah, this looks once again so great with the double jump spell, making sure everything is having this access to the back end, the single Inferno at the top side. That's most likely where he wants his troops to finish off because we have the P.E.K.K.A. redirecting, going for the multi-Inferno Tower, and then all of them together growing a group up, get into the back end King. And that's the important thing now, getting this King down. We have already the Royal Champion at the bottom side, helping his own King. And his Queen, though, has usability, but still, we have a couple of P.E.K.K.A. alive, which are tanking, but all of the healers are already gone. And this Top Expo did an amazing job of taking down so many healers and obviously dealing a lot of damage to the Queen as well.
He's got that 1 super wall breaker. I was just about to say he could get it right into that area to help the P.E.K.K.A, but the P.E.K.K.A goes down anyway, so arguably super wall breaker didn't really do too much. He's got 2 free spells, but a ton of defenses left over here. RC ability goes off. The percentage is climbing. We have to keep an eye on that percentage because it looks like HT Family, even if they don't get the 3, will have the higher percentage here, and that could be the difference maker. Moving down into the last attack, the Expo locks onto the Skellies. That's a pretty good thing because it means the RC can continue through the defenses here. She's taking a lot of damage. She will go down. Queen about to go down as well, but Jin Mu with the 93% 2-star might actually have done enough here because it's a higher percentage than we just seen from Indian Clashers, and it means if both teams were to 3-star, HT Family would be winning it.
I'm just saying, cursed position. That's all. Like always, the fourth attacker. I feel bad for them. Like they have no chance to overcome this curse. But yeah, it's all about now the last two attacks coming in. And as you said, HG Family having the lead on percentage. As long as they can get the 3-star, they're going to win this matchup. But at the same time, like if Indian Clashes are going to 3-star the next attack, like there is an incredible amount of pressure on the enemy team. And I'm really looking forward to see if they can handle that, because we saw already a couple of teams which like fall under this pressure, especially with being the last attacker. So he knows, like if he is going in, there is no one being able to save the match if he's messing up. So Christopher Noy has a good chance of putting a lot of pressure on HG Family and making sure that they have a good chance of winning this matchup.
This is exactly what I was saying before when we did see Piyush attack with the Super Witches, that I would expect Krish Vishnoi to also use them, given the fact that he has 3-starred every single round with this attack strategy. So now is the time for the Indian team captain to step up. Interestingly, I always find it fascinating when we have a player that plays on their phone rather than a tablet, because for me, I just cannot coordinate my attack. So Krish Vishnoi sitting right now, shaking in order to try and get this 3-star and put his team through into the finals. And the Grand Warden Walk has been nicely set up, Itsu, to take down the multi. And then we will be seeing these Super Witches momentarily.
Oh
no!
What?
What?
What is going on? There was... Please, no. I mean, it's looking like it because nothing else is happening. Oh, no, there's the Sneaky Goblin.
Oh, no.
And he's still not...
Why didn't he
now
rage?
He's freezing. Why is he not raging? Yes, 3 rages. That's really, really surprising that he has not invested any of those. I mean, the fun on the right side is now happening, but maybe that's because he's playing on the phone and maybe he was not able to, like, find the... to be honest, I have no clue. Either way, let's take a look. Eddie can save this. We know already. Super Witches are not that much relying on the Warden ability as, for example, other strategies. So it's not the end of the world. Great Gokuruns already getting the first Black Mite out of the way. And now it's all about the back and getting into that. And the Super Witches entering the core.
I was just about to say, maybe Krish Vishnoi does just feel like he needs the rages for the Super Witches to power through the core, because we know it is a slow attack strategy as well, with only 1 minute and 10 seconds left and only 50% on the board. He needs to hope that he can speed things up here. The Super Witches getting caught with the Clan Castle troops, but they are slowly moving through. Freezes the single target Inferno, does have a rage spell, and the Royal Champion yet to be deployed, but there she is from the 12 o'clock area. Maybe she can swoop down to the scatter shot. That single target Inferno really doing a number, but the Super Witch just about takes it down. Itsu, Eagle Artillery falls. He's got a couple of balloons coming in, and this now looks pretty good for Krish Vishnoi.
Wow, how did he save that? Royal Champion taking down the last building, which is important with that mortar, and now there's like over 25 seconds left with only 2 buildings on the board. Judo, he somehow managed to get the 3-star in. Maybe, as you said, he said, okay, he wants to have the rages, even though I cannot believe that. I mean, rages, yes, they are great and everything, but I feel like the Warden ability and the core, especially with facing like maybe a Hound or maybe like in this case, Super Minions, they do so much damage, so you want to have the Warden ability in the core. Either way, he just says, I don't need that Warden ability, I'm just going in. I'm just going in with that rages and there it is, 14 stars for Indian Clashers. This already sounds like a crazy star amount. And considering that they still have not won this match just yet, and they still have to wait for the HG Family attack to happen, is showing what a crazy match this was. So let's see if HG Family are going to like fall under the pressure, or if they can somehow concentrate and just keep pushing it through.
Absolutely. Krish Vishnoi is a man that has captained his team to 2 Indian titles and has allowed them to get 97% here. They couldn't really do too much more. He's managed to get the 3 stars with the Super Witches in every single round of this tournament. The pressure that HT Family are under here. If a 3-star is achieved, they move to the grand final, and Indian Clashers would actually be able to face off against Tompanai Empire. Interestingly, Existence were the team that beat Indian Clashers in qualifier number 4, but we're speculating too much here because Fire is in with the hybrid and everything is on the line. He is also one of the players not yet to have 3-starred for HT Family. Can he pick it up for his team and give them the victory?
Yeah, he has already done Queen Charge Hybrid once, and so far, as you said, he was not successful just yet. Let's see if he can make this work. So far, the Queen Charge looks interesting. Not sure if he wanted to charge in there, because I'm not a big fan of charging into those big components, because it feels kind of like under control, because the queen can go left, right, up, down, wherever she wants to go, and you do not have as much of an impact. Now he needs the headhunter to make sure that he's getting in there, using the wall breaks to later on make sure the queen can get into the next compartment. And this now looks pretty solid, but once again, it's all about where the queen is going to go in next, because she could get distracted by the cannon or by the wizard tower, which are in the same compartment. So let's see what exactly she's going for, because so far it looks like she might get distracted now by the queen. He has to freeze that. Perfect freeze. Now the rage, making sure he's keeping his own queen alive. And now it's all about this queen making the right choices. And so far, Judo, this looks like a really, really clever queen, going to the right direction, making sure she's taking out the scatter next. And there is already the hybrid starting.
Yeah, he's managed to control the queen pretty good. She has stepped down towards that area, but hopefully the hybrid is in quick enough that it can force the queen back up and around towards the top. Notice he still has a super wall breaker, which could come in really handy to get towards that single target Inferno. Hybrid moving down over, though. He's got the king and the P.E.K.K.A moving in towards the town hall, but all of the clan castle troops about to engage. Grand Warden's ability will be used soon once the troops approach the town hall, but a lot of things redirecting to the center here. He is still going to be able to get it, but a brilliant Grand Warden ability actually protects the troops to the town hall and the center. With the RC ability, the heal spell, the wall break does allow the queen towards the single. I think Fire has done this. What are we witnessing?
It is his first 3-star in this tournament, and all of the players who have not 3-starred just yet are somehow stepping up. Swag the heal in the core. He knows already if he 3-stars, this is going to be a win for them. He doesn't care about the time, and this is the 3-star for HG Family, and they're going to move into the finals, meeting alternate attacks over there. And this means we have later the next match going on with Indian Clashers facing off against Tompkins Empire. 2 amazing matches ahead of us. And HG Family, I still have no clue how they turned this around. That was such a crazy match, and only the 2 fails. Those were the deciding factors in this match. And percentage, that's everything what is coming down to. And we can see how close it is. Only 1.6% difference. That's not a lot. That's really not a lot. And that's only 7%.
You have
8%.
to feel sorry for Indian Clashers, because they really brought their A game to this war. I mean, we have seen them, like you said, progressing through the tournament, and I feel this is the best we have seen them. We certainly will see them throughout this year's World Championships, but I'm interested to see how they will do in that 3rd place matchup. However, I think we're going to break down arguably a replay from both teams, given how good that war is. So why don't you take it away first, Itsu?
Yeah, let's take a look at the first replay, which was from HG Family. And I want to take a look at this one, because that was just the perfect smash attack. So let's take a look. First off, he's starting off with the blimp, which nowadays is a pretty common thing. Either you're using the blimp on the eagle or on the tower. It's getting pretty close in here with that tornado, with a ton of giant bombs, with the entire Tesla farm being there. But this right Tesla, you can see it's like one tile too far away, and not like tanking those Yeti miles, which means ICU is taking the tunnel down. That was key. Like, with this tunnel staying up, there is no way in the world that he can somehow save this. But with the tunnel going down, that was key to make sure that his queen and the warden now are slowly moving upwards, slowly making their way into that air defense. He's always keep adding those Goku Dunes, making sure that those Dunes are tanking the black mines, keep triggering them. There's the first black mine. So really nicely done. And at this point, I was kind of scared of the queen, like walking into the gold storage, getting kind of distracted and getting into that compartment. But he is counting on the enemy royal champion to lure his queen into that compartment, making sure that the queen can actually get into the compartment, reach everything. We have the vulnerability, and that's the beauty of this vulnerability. When you're catching those Goku loons as well, they will always be in front of your loons, especially in the current meta with the air defenses kind of following the outside of the base. And this means those loons will just not die. Keep triggering those black mats, you can see it, which means those healers, though, are staying alive forever. And now we have all of the P.E.K.K.A. We have all of the heroes getting into the back end with the Royal Champion, cleaning out the top side with those witches together. And this was exactly how you would like to see a smash attack. Even super wizards are still alive. That's really not a common thing to have in those smash attacks. Normally the super wizards are like dying out at some point, same as the boulders. But having super wizards alive at the end of an attack, that's impressive. Queen ability just getting used to speed things up. And then in the end, the Royal Champion ability, making sure the last remaining defenses are going down with the cleanup Headhunter. And that's how you do a clean smash attack. So perfectly done by HT Family. And I see you. And I feel like that was the first 3-star for him. And that was a really, really important one.
It certainly was. And I mean, every single one of the attacks are worthy of a breakdown, in my opinion. But I think I wanted to take a look at one of the Indian Clasher attacks. And this one was by Serial, because we have seen a lot of different strategies being used across the team in itself, a couple of different varieties that have been used. And I think that's one thing that really lands well for Indian Clashers as they progress forward, potentially into this third place matchup, because they have been able to show us a little bit more diversity. So we'll take a look at one of their attacks in a moment, but I'm sure you're still just blown away as to how that war ended up, Itsu. And we will be getting to the third place matchup and seeing Indian Clashers again next pretty soon. I'm interested to see whether they can actually take revenge almost against Tompanai Empire. But here is the attack that kicked things off for Indian Clashers, and it was from Serial. I feel like if you are wanting a strategy to use at home, this is one of the ones that you could start practicing, because we've seen it from alternate attacks and a bunch of the other teams. But always there's a few key things. Trying to take down one of the scatter shot, but also wiping out everything in that compartment, because it creates a natural funnel for you as you move through the base. We always talk about pathing of troops, but it really is important. You will see why in this attack. So we do have the king who can dive into this bottom compartment. The walls being open on the edges of the base are often to try and redirect wall breakers, but it makes it ideal for witches to run in and out with the skeletons. The king dives into the bottom with a couple of the skeletons. We do have the witches funneling on the other side, and the log launcher just moving through the center. Now what you can see is this big, huge gap moving into the base that the log launcher has created through a couple of the compartments. And this is where, by attacking from the opposite side of the town hall, you might think it's a bit risky, but you've opened up all of those compartments and you have a ton of witches. And this is where the pathing from the lightning comes in, because notice, yes, there's the one grounded expo down to the bottom of your screen by the timer, but that compartment above it is taken out by the lightning spell. And that's how you redirect your witches through, following the log launcher, towards the town hall. Now, a nice adaptation here by Serial was to actually take the witches up to the town hall, but not taking the town hall, because then you have to deal with the Giga Bomb as well. Whereas the Royal Champion can move over the top, help to take that down, and he then just has to worry about the multi-target Inferno. If you are using this strategy at home, obviously you do have to have the lightning spells and the earthquake, probably a poison for the clan castle, but other than that, it's always going to be freeze spells. Just freezing the multi is what we tend to see people using. The town hall in specific, once the log launcher has activated that, that's one of the downsides of using the log launcher, but you've got multiple freeze spells and for any remaining multi-target infernos. Once you've narrowed that path for your witches to move through behind the log launcher, you should have a relatively easy ride as long as you're freezing appropriately around the base. And I just loved the adaptation here on this one and how Indian Clashers actually picked up on that strategy, brought it into the tournament themselves, stars and were able to get the 3 stars. But the next matchup is going to be for the 3rd place. And this one is going to be Tompanai Empire, who we've seen, unfortunately, get taken out by alternate attacks. And in Indian Clash's agonizing defeat there. It's going to be an interesting one given the momentum that Indian Clashes have. But I think let's take a look at some of the tournament stats first, Itsu, because we've kind of referenced this throughout the first couple of wars there, in specific that 4th attack. And I think we should maybe take a little bit of a look at those specifically, because it does tend to be that 4th attack, as demonstrated, that tends to trip the teams up.
Yeah, it is not easy, I would say. And we can see like how the teams are trying to pick up the plans and everything with the attacking order and so on. So at the same time, the strategy choice as well is an important thing. So as you said, let's take a look at that. And let's see what type of strategies those pro teams are using, which of the strategies are like the most common ones, and how we can pick up on that and see what are the I would say the default strategies. Like there's always a strategy of a team where they can always rely on, always can fall back on, and make sure that if they have no plan on how to tackle a base, that's always the strategy which they can go for. For most of the teams, it's Queen Charge Hybrid, or like the Super Witches, for example, which we have seen for a couple of teams. For example, just the Indian Clashers, which really like the Super Witches. And there are many other strategies out there, but at the same time, Lalo kind of like as really base depending, like if you use lightnings, other components as well. So that's really interesting to dive into. And yeah,
and I think also just for people watching at home, they get a little bit of an idea as to the meta in itself. So hopefully we can have some graphics maybe for you that do demonstrate the statistics, and you can see at home which ones tend to be the most popular. So a beautiful design here. Again, shout out to Clash Chris _OG on Twitter, who does always put out amazing stats for us. And as you mentioned, the Lalo Itsu, clearly a favorite among the pro teams, but I would say moving down into the Witches, Queen Charge Hybrid, Inferno Dragons, those are the ones that maybe people at home might have a little bit more success with, because the Lalo is more for the competitive players, I feel.
Yeah, Lalo is not easy to execute and to make success on, especially with how many different Lalo strategies there is. We are going to touch on that a bit later. But I feel like the more easier strategies to go with, for example, the Witches, which we saw now a couple of times with the Super Giants, for example. I think that's especially a strategy which a lot of viewers can pick on, because it's not the hardest strategy, but at the same time, it is yet so powerful. We saw it over the tournament that the Super Giant and Witch strategy is just so powerful, especially with the combination of the lightning, taking out one of the scatters, for example, and then having only freezes just to keep your witches alive forever, basically. It is really, really strong. And then obviously the Queen Charge Hybrid, like 71% as a hit rate. That is impressive.
It certainly is. And I think the Queen Charge Hybrid is something that, whilst it requires a little bit more specifics in terms of the Queen Charge in itself, it always does follow the same fundamentals, if you will, in terms of charging a specific area of the base, taking out a corner, for example, so that you can create that nice L shape with the hybrid. Or it's really just coming down to the pathing, and there's different variants as well that I also feel is a bit more user friendly, given you could do, the Yeti Blimp, which personally I like to use for my hybrid, because then you can lure the clan castle, create pathing for your queen walk. But you've also got a totally different variant that gives relatively the same success in terms of the siege barracks, in order to push the hybrids into the hybrid into the base a little bit better. So definitely a few different variants, and you can see the success rates on the screen if you did want to screenshot it and start practicing some of these strategies at home. But that certainly shows an idea from the warm-up tournament, and I don't surmise that for the general player base and kind of general wars that happen, that the meta would look massively different to that.
Yeah, that's for sure right. And one thing which I'm kind of happy about is that we saw some dragon attacks recently, and most of them were successful. Like we started into the tournament without seeing that many dragon attacks, but at the same time, as the tournament progresses, we saw a lot of more dragon attacks, and most of them that were successful. I feel like dragon started like 0 out of 4 or something, and now we have overall maybe only 4 failed. So out of the last couple of attacks, we're all 3 stars with those dragons. So really good to see how the teams are picking up, making the strategies that work. And that's always something which I feel is interesting to see how the meta of the tournament is changing over the duration of the tournament. Like we started off last week, now we are 1 week later, obviously, and things have changed a little. Like in the first week, we saw so many Inferno Dragons and the 3 stars with them. But today or yesterday, for example, I feel like Inferno Dragons were one of the weakest strategies out there. So it's really cool to see how the teams are adapting and how the meta in the tournament itself is changing.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, actually. And I think in terms of the hit rates, we do see, for example, the dragon attack we seen by Allen. Maybe we'll get to see him use that again in this upcoming war. But it was a very base specific attack in how he picked off the air defense. And I think that's where maybe as things are progressing on, we are seeing the kind of increased hit rates because the strategies really are coming down to the bases in itself. So let's take a look at the hit rates for the different teams. Obviously, we have Tompanai Empire here with their current hit rate. 3 wars is what they have been in, and Allen and Metro both with the 100% hit rate, Itsu.
Yeah, that is really impressive. At the same time, we have to say they both are on the 2nd position and the 3rd position in attacking order. So they have like this sweet spot, I would like to call it that way, because first off, you have not the pressure of starting off the match. Second of all, you have not the pressure of like knowing, okay, you're the last attacker. So that's really interesting to see. Now we have the first attack already starting with the 3rd seed match, and Tompanai Empire starting things off with, once again, like always, Michael DP, and he's starting with his, well, almighty Queen Charge Lalo. His signature move, I feel this one is. Many people will know from previous Clash of Clans years that he does sometimes have the nickname Michael OP within the community because his Queen Charge attacks are really next level. Unfortunately, slipped up in that last round with the attack, but I'm sure he has everything in place for this one. Love the use of those couple of balloons just to take down the cannon and make sure that once the Queen has taken down the gold storage, she will move into the base towards the scatter shot and the enemy Queen there as well. Yeah, this is so far looking really good. Like the damage is really controlled overall on that Queen. Now it's, though, really important that he's like getting his Queen back on track, because the Queen slowly made its way into the wrong direction. He wants to have the Queen taking down the Expo. That would be great. Taking down the Sweeper as well. That would be important. And now the Queen, though, is walking the wrong direction. The next rage is needed. Poison and the Rage. And now the Queen is slowly taking out the Lava Hound. But the question is, where is she going next? I feel like she is going to go for the Bomb Tower and get into that core. And that's where the next wall break is for. Or maybe somewhere it's the wall break. Yeah, slowly the wall break is making it into the core from the right side. It was dropped. Now the single Inferno Tower needs to be dodged somehow. And there we have the Royal Champion. That's so many things happening at the same time. The King just was on the map as well. And now the Queen is taking down the next building with the next Expo. And now at the same time the lava starting. Like, there's just so many things happening at the same time. So many things going on. The Expo was key there in order to anchor the Queen down towards the bottom, and the Royal Champion moving into that top area of the base just meant the Queen went to that side. Look at all the red air bombs by the balloons, but thankfully it didn't really do too much damage for Michael's balloons, as he now uses the Warden ability approaching the scatter shot. That's the beauty of taking down the Town Hall early on. They will surround that scatter shot, and he still has a freeze and invisibility spell for the back end of the base. Time is often a tricky one with the Lalo, because you tend to send it in pretty late, so you need to make sure your balloons stay alive, and that is exactly what Michael DP has done here. Does he just turn the balloons invisible with the Royal Champion for this Wizard Tower? Decides not to. He's holding on to it as long as possible. The balloons now caught in the tornado trap. There it was to bait in towards the Town Hall, but it didn't happen for Michael because he used the Queen Charge entry, starting things off
for Tompanai Empire with the 3 stars. But if Indian Clashers have shown us anything from that last war, I'm expecting them to come right back at this with a 3-star of their own.
Yeah, that Queen Charge looked so clean, I have to say. And one thing which I just cannot get into my head, like doing a Queen Charge like this, yeah, maybe it's possible.Maybe some people out there can do that as well. But in 8 minutes, like that was an 8-minute plan. Like this to me is just incredible. How are those guys are coming up with those plans so quickly? Like that's the one thing which surprises me and amazes me every single time watching those plans. And as I said, now we have Indian Clashes coming in next, and let's see if they're sticking to their chaos structure, I would say, when it comes into the attacking order, because if except every single of the top 4 teams so far is using always the same attacking order, like player-wise, except Indian Clashers. Indian Clashers are having their same system of when who's attacking, and that's really cool to see that they're saying, okay, we always adapt to the enemy's bases, which is, as long as you can manage this, really good. But sometimes it might be a bit too much, especially with a lot of pressure on the line. So let's see if they can still push this through, because so far their attacks looked amazing. And I already love this attack strategy because I see the log launcher.
And it is Serial that is attacking first. Obviously, he opened with the 3-star in the last war. I always just laugh when you're talking about that as well, Itsu, because team captain Krish Vishnoi said he always likes to go last, as we tend to see, but he will do whatever his team requires. And that sometimes means he has to attack first, which I think is a very noble thing to do. But nevertheless, we have Serial entering the base here with his Ice Hound and Hero Dive towards the scatter shot. The log launcher, obviously meant for the multi-target Inferno, hasn't got any damage onto that, so I'll be interested to see what is actually inside that log launcher to try and get in there.
The log launcher took so much damage, nothing was tanking for the log launcher, and this means the multi-Inferno tower with the core, like we saw it many times, those multi-Inferno towers in the core taken down by the log launcher, and this is just not how it worked for him. Like the log launcher got destroyed by this enemy warden and the scatter shot, and now he really has to work for getting this 3-star, because the multi-Inferno tower in that core is going to be a huge pain. At the same time, we have the sweeper still set up as well. That's something which you want to take care of in your beginning of the attack. And now he has to send a couple of loons in, but there are so many red mines already in the beginning. Poison now really nicely placed. Let's see where the Queen is going next. Let's see if the Queen is going to go for the Expo or maybe for the Fern Tower.
Haste? Wow, I don't understand why he sent those balloons, because they actually had no chance of getting to the multi without the haste, given that the sweeper was there. And like you said, there's probably red air bombs there as well. He's actually had to send another pack of balloons, meaning he's very short down towards the town hall. Uses the Grand Warden's ability to assure that, but he is running out of balloons. Multi is shredding the balloons, now moving to that side, and they're still not going to get it. I don't think he can do this with that central multi-target Inferno. And actually, if he hadn't have sent the balloons to that area, maybe he would have had enough to swarm it in the end.
Yeah, but it's about time as well. Even though he has 50 seconds left, maybe he should freeze the multi with the sweeper. That's exactly what he's doing, and maybe that's still enough. I mean, like I said, there's a ton of time still left, and as long as the multi is going down, the last couple of loons with that warden together should be able to take down the Archtower, because the Archtower is the last building standing, and that's something which is interesting, I would say the least, because this entry, you could argue, went completely wrong. Like, the log launcher opening up way too early, do not taking down the core multi-Inferno tower. But in the end, it is still enough. The Arch Tower is going down on the same time as the Clan Castle. That attack was just, I guess, a too OP plan for the base to handle, because even though things went wrong, the plan just smashed the base. That was wow, out of words, to be honest.
I am as well, because he swagged a lot of balloons moving in towards the multi. Obviously didn't want to commit a spell because he needed it for the main phase of the Lalo. So very controlled, and just shows how good he was with the lava loon deployment. And like you said, the plan in general, Serial did give the advice to anyone at home that if you are wanting to get to this type of level, sign up for the World Championships. Consistency is key, and he proved it right there, making sure that even if an attack attack is going wrong, you have to be able to spin things around, because when they are fighting for $5,000, as they are in this matchup, they could not fall behind to Tompanai Empire this early on in the war. So it's all leveled up after the first attack. And well, I feel like we keep saying it's too difficult to predict, because it is. Each of these teams have put up such amazing performances to get to this stage, but we do have one of those players we looked at, Al Mualin, who has a perfect hit rate so far, and he has always used air attacks, different variations, but it's the Lalo that he's attacking with this time.
Oh, he missed this one headhunter. That you can see how slow a queen is attacking when there's a headhunter on her. Like, the attack speed reduction is just incredible. And now we have the queen slowly making her way around that wizard tower, getting into the next expo. Another Kokodun, like he's using so many Kokoduns perfectly, always being able to trigger those black mines, making sure those healers are staying safe. And now the next wall break, he's trying to get in there, looting out the next hound, like the hound in general. Since so far he only looted out those headhunters and a couple of archers, but now he needs to be careful. A lot of people are using a minion to get rid of those lava pups on your healers. But if he's using a minion right here, it might activate the town hall. And that's exactly where we can see that we're watching a pro attacking, because he's bringing the archer. He knows a minion would have gone to the town hall, would have activated that town hall. The town is out of reach for that queen for the majority of the next phase. So activating that would be a huge pain. So really nice adaptation, bringing an archer instead of the minion.
Excellent insight there into Itsu. The archer actually locked onto the town hall, but the archer tower thankfully took it down in this situation. And the queen charge is driving in towards the center of the base. No super wall breakers left, so he's not really getting in towards that scattershot area. And I'm interested to see where he starts the Lalo from here, because the eagle is right at the top of the base. Once the queen is able to take down the town hall, that's probably where he'll try and just loop everything around the top. He's going to have to start. Here it comes, because we're nearly down to the last minute now.
Yeah, only 1 minute left, but Lalo is quick. So let's see if it's quick enough to finish off this base. The Royal Champion, perfect pathing with this Royal Champion shield, making sure that it's getting into that scatter. Now the back and air defense should be taken care of with this slammer. And now there's only this enemy queen alive. The only queen is the last okay, never mind, she's already gone. So with the rages, this is just such an overpowering attack. He even has a haste spell left just to make sure that this cleanup is happening a little bit quicker. With 30 seconds here on the clock, this should be an easy 3-star. He's keep going perfect in this tournament, and that attack, that was a really, really clean queen charge, especially then like with the Royal Champion transitioning into the Lalo, taking down the scatter. That was beautiful.
That was a 40-second lava loon attack. You mentioned it was quick, but wow, that shows to me the planning that goes into the attacks, just perfect placement of the spells to keep the momentum of the balloons moving forward, because that is a key thing. You need the balloons to make sure they are one-shotting buildings in order to keep the speed moving through the base. And it always blows me away to just see the finer details of the attacks, and it's great to get your insight on things like that as well, Itsu. But it is now down to Indian clashes. They kept the pressure going on to HT Family. They said that, you know, they are going to continue improving as the seasons go on. They are all highly committed to the esports, and they did lose to Existence last year in the final of the 4th qualifier. So this is time where they could get their revenge almost.
Yeah, that would be the perfect time to get the revenge, starting into the new year, starting into the new World Championship as well, which is starting really soon. So we have the next attack coming in, and this is going to be yet another queen charge, but this time no Lalo. It is going to be hybrid time. So let's see how good of an entry this is going to be. He's going to charge in between of an air defense and a single Inferno tower. This is really, really depending on the queen pathing. She might get distracted by the top archer tower and is getting into the air defense compartment, which means the single Inferno tower is out of reach. The single Inferno tower would be out of reach, so this heavily depends where the queen is stepping. She needs to go into the single Inferno tower compartment. Otherwise, this queen charge, I feel like, is doomed.
it's touch and go here as well. She's probably going up to the top. There it is. She moves to the Archer Tower, then to the Expo. Probably should loop back down here, but the single target Inferno locks on, and she is going to be stuck for a little while before stepping down. She's not. You're right, Itsu. She moves up towards the top, and the single is continually going to lock on. What does he do here to try and adapt? Using the freeze spells. Perhaps he just hopes the Queen walks around the other side as she does. And if he can get her to the core, he could probably still just, redirect and rescue this. Has another super wall breaker to try and get in there, but he's going to have to wait until the Queen is locked on by the cannon in the Archer Tower before he then sends that wall breaker in. But the healers taking major damage here as well, Itsu.
Yeah, like a couple of red mines, and this would be the end of the day for those healers. Nice Kokulu, making sure the healers are staying safe for now at least. And now the hybrid started. He's just skipping the single Inferno Tower, which is quite interesting. Like, I would have thought like he's going for something over there as well. Now the Royal Champion, early Royal Champion ability. Not sure if that was the right choice, since nothing was actually targeting that Royal Champion. And now the Royal Champion is stuck on that Hound. I feel like a lot of people are saying for hybrid, the worst clan caster to face is like a damage-based clan caster, like super minions. But I feel like the Hound is the worst. Like, the Hound is distracting the Royal Champion for so long, and the Royal Champ is such an important offensive tool in the Queen Charge hybrid attack. It's incredible. But now the hybrid is slowly making it through. Finally, the lava pups are gone. The Queen at the top side. There is not enough damage to take her down at this point, and the hybrid is everywhere. The Royal Champion is just smashing everything on the back end with over 30 seconds left. Judo, this is going to be another 3-star. What are we witnessing right now? Indian Clashers and Champion Empires are giving their all.
11 has done it again. He has used the hybrid for the third time in this tournament, and that is the third time he has gained the 3-star. When we asked 11 what the most important thing was for winning in Clash of Clans, he said it was handling the pressure. And I feel he did that incredibly well there, given that his Queen didn't go for the single target Inferno, like you said. Made sure to finish things off strong, because in a matchup like this, as we've mentioned, they've been here before against, well, it was Existence last year, but now formed as Tompanai Empire. They know what they need to do here. And that is ultimately keep getting the 3 stars, which is what they're doing. Back to Tompanai Empire, though. This is almost deja vu of the last war for Indian Clashers. But let's see if they land on the right side of the coin this time.
Yeah, it is so close. And the interesting thing now for Tompanai Empire is, at this point, they can, on their own, dictate this match. Because we had this with Alternate, where Alternate was nearly always in the lead. And now, on the other hand, we have now Tompanai Empire being like in the situation where they have been most of in the entire tournament, always being able to dictate the speed of the match, or like the explosiveness of the match. And so far they're doing a great job. So let's see if they can just keep going with that, because they have their next attacker coming in. There's a Black Mine, there's the Tornado Traverse, but he's opening up the blimp quick enough. So now it's all about that he's taking down this Town Hall with those Yeti Mites. And this so far is looking pretty close. The Yeti is slowly making it. Is he taking down the Town Hall? No, the Town Hall keeps staying. This now needs some really, I don't know, magic footwork of that Queen to somehow get back into that Town Hall compartment.
Yeah, she's not going to. She was planned to walk around, so he sends the RC in early, which is definitely interesting. I mean, it has to be done to get the Town Hall, but he's not really going to get any value from the RC now, when probably she was planned for a specific area of the base. Now, this is something that Meteor has to be able to hold it together now. When something is not going right, it's easy to let that pressure get to you and fall even further apart. Queen's ability goes off to the clan castle, continuing to send Coco Loons in. You see how important that is, setting off the black and red air bomb there to protect his healers as he moves into the base, but he's struggling already, I feel, at this stage.
There's just so much damage on that Queen, and there's only one rage left, and the Queen didn't even enter the base just yet. That is incredible. Another rage. So at this point, there are no more rages left for that Queen. Luckily, still the healers are not getting targeted by the enemy Eagle. And now it's all about the Lalo. I mean, the Lalo has to do an incredible job. We so far seen crazy Queen charges. I feel like
Need
this
one
time
freeze.
it's all about the Lalo. It's all about the Lalo making it through the back end of his base.
Yeah, and normally, if you are relying on your Lava Loon to take out this volume of the base, you are relying on a lot of spells. The Queen goes down. The Wall Breaker did open up access, and obviously you can see he wanted the Eagle, the Expos, the Queen, probably even trying to bust down towards the multi-target Inferno as well. He cannot really rescue this at all with the one freeze spell. Decides to go for the scatter shot to protect the balloons through the center. This is not what was needed. It's going to be a low percentage. Indian Clash's bases holding up in this matchup with the Tornado Trap nicely baited to the Town Hall. And they are now in the driving seat themselves because it is a very low percentage 2-star, given the ferocity we have seen from Tompanai Empire through this tournament, and Mechuau, who has been perfect at this stage prior to this attack.
Yeah, the first fave for him. And we talked about just in the last matchup where the players who have not 3-starred just yet in this tournament were stepping in clutch. And now it feels like the other way around in this situation. So let's see if any Clashers can somehow, push ahead now in this situation, because there was something which they have done always as well. So they always got into the lead and they always kept this lead over the entire match. So Tompanai and Indian Clashers were kind of similar in this style. So now Indian Clashers have this chance to push ahead, but at the same time, we're now getting closer to this scary fourth position of attacking. And we saw today already that it's really hard, and somehow in a magic way that this fourth position is cursed. And let's see if the third position is maybe working a bit better for those two teams. But so far, Tompanai Empire with Riak having his first fail, it's obviously not helping a lot. But, Indian Clashers going in next. And let's see, maybe they have so far used a lot of Super Witches. Maybe they're going with that. I have to say, if there's a team out there at the moment which is really unpredictable, it is Indian Clashers for sure. And they're going in with, okay, it's Smash. It's a little bit closer, not exactly right, but I would say I would give me a half a point, okay?
I would give you half a point on that. The thing I would say is Indian Clashers have actually only failed one attack today. This is the 8th attack, and so far they have only not 3-starred on one of them. So definitely the momentum, you could say, is in their side. And with a successful Yeti Blimp on this attack, just as I say that, the Queen ability goes off. Again, it's not necessarily the end of the world in this attack, but it could be a big difference maker, really. And he's not going to get the pathing either, I don't think, because he's just sending the troops into this area now.
Yeah, and at this point, I think he's going to be really nervous, because he was the person who he was the player who did fail in the first match. So at this point, he's like, oh no, I have to 3-star, especially for my team at this point. So he's going to try it all, but at the same time, with being so nervous, there are going to be things which are going wrong, I feel like, with so much pressure on the line. But so far, I think he recovered nicely. Warden ability to protect everything, nice jump spell to get everything into the core, into the back end slowly of this base. The Tornado Trap, though, is being kind of annoying for those P.E.K.K.A, getting rotated into the scatter and away from the enemy Royal Champion. And the Royal Champion keeps staying behind that wall. Now those P.E.K.K.A need to play Wall Wrecker to get through that somehow. We have a lot of damage. There's so much happening at the same time with the Queen somehow still being alive with no freezes at this point left.
Yeah, he just managed to freeze that single target Inferno. It is really being a pain for not just the P.E.K.K.A, but the Queen. I think he froze at the perfect time, allowed one of the P.E.K.K.A to go down, then made sure to protect the next one alongside the Queen. That's all he could do. RC has gone down. Queen is low in health. He's still got plenty of witches and a wizard on the outside that could still get this done. But with the P.E.K.K.A being stuck on the inside, are they going to be too vulnerable and end up going down? The healer's just not there either. It's difficult to call because he could still get this, but he needs the witches to get through. A giant bomb is there. They will manage to keep away. The super wizard did chain through a couple of the Tesla. He could still get this, Itsu. It's on a knife edge.
Cleanup Headhunter all the way, I would say at this point. It's 20 seconds left with only a couple of beatings left. I think he got this. I think he somehow managed to get this. And this is exactly the reason why you're bringing those witches to a smash attack like this. Those witches are so strong on the back end, especially if there's no splash damage left. And he has done it. He has done it. He's somehow overcome the nerfs. And that was a really great attack, making sure that they get the advantage in this matchup. And now we have Tompinate Empire in the same pressure situation, which we already had them earlier in against Alternate, where Alternate were like keep pressuring them. And Tompinate Empire at some point did some mistakes, and Alternate were able to take an advantage out of that. So let's see if Indie Clashers can do that as well. I feel like so far Indie Clashers are so impressive. They over the tournament they improved so much. I feel like if you would compare teams from how they started the tournament and up to now, I feel like Indie Clashers out of all of the last 4 teams have done the best job in improving every single round. So really, really big shout out to them. And let's hope that it's somehow enough to push even further, because so far their biggest strength actually was the base building. And now it's up to Tompinate Empire to maybe show that their offense is better than the base building of Indie Clashers. But I mean, at least once the Indie Clashers were able to defend Tompinate Empire. Now we have Riak coming in with another Queen Charge Hybrid.
Yeah, and I feel there's so many things we could talk about here, because like you said, Indian Clashers now just offensively putting up so much pressure, and we've only seen Tompinate fall behind once, and that was to Alternate, where they did end up losing the war. So maybe that is, that's happening here, or they could spin it around, because this is the most important attack for them. If this is a 3-star, they could certainly still get this, but if it's not, it's not really going to happen for them, I feel, given the momentum Indian Clashers are on. The Queen Charge, though, has taken down the Town Hall. It's going pretty flawlessly at the moment in terms of the funneling. He will be raging momentarily as she approaches the inside of the base here. Still has two super wall breakers, so just waiting on the timing, because the deployment's a little bit tricky here. They will go to the outside compartment first, but I feel he's wanting them in towards the center.
Yeah, but there's the first wall break. The second wall break might work to get the Expo if he's angling that correctly, or maybe he just wants to get into the multi-infernal tower and wall break into this connection in between of the multi and the arch tower. But now there's the Queen has complete different plans than Riak has. I feel like he is starting his hybrid on the right side to push his Queen back into the right direction, but she's just too quick in taking that wall down, and now we have the Queen being stuck on that wall. And the same thing is happening to the King. The King is walking inside, and this now is a huge problem. And now we can see the gold storage. Those storages are actually so key for base building. If you guys are wondering why, those storages are there to split off the Hawks and the miners, because the miners are stuck, the Hawks are pushing forward and running into traps, spraying traps whatsoever. It didn't work out that great because a lot of storages were taken down by the Queen. And that, I guess, once again, great that she stepped in. But the King now is slowly catching up and not doing a whole lot at this point.
Yeah, he's just struggling through the center of the base. We kind of had a lot of giant bombs in the middle where he had to commit all of the spells. Queen goes down to the enemy Queen as well down the bottom, meaning there's a multi-target Inferno surviving, and the Miners and Hog Riders have took so much damage in that most northern compartment where there was yet another multi-target Inferno, but all of the Tesla. He could still get this with the King's ability just going off. He's got a few miners, I think, in there, but this multi-target Inferno alongside the enemy Queen is going to be devastating for him. Trying to send in the minions to help in with cleanup onto the storages. Has one sneaky goblin to try and tank anything moving into the base. King moves in 90+%, but even if his troops survived, he just doesn't have the time here to get through. Oh, Tompinate Empire so close, but yet again, the 2 stars, meaning if Indian Clashers were to 3-star in the next one, they have pretty much secured the 3rd place in this tournament and the $5,000 prize.
Yeah, it's incredible how much Indie Clashers improved. So let's see if they can push this with a 3-star being kind of final in the result. They still have to get this one 3 stars to make sure that it's actually happening. Otherwise, Tom Penn Empire still has the chance of coming back depending on the next attacks. We already saw a couple of surprising attacks where people like already had the match kind of in their hand, but then somehow struggled to get like a takedown a base with really low percentage, and this already then gave back the advantage to the other team. So let's see if that's going to happen. But either way, being possibly up 2 or 3 stars at this point, this would be GG. So let's see if the next attack is going to make sure that it works. And this is going to be another Super Witch attack. One thing which Indie Clashes so far were really successful on.
They certainly were. Piyush did get the 3 stars with this strategy in the last war. He was the person we referenced, stepping it up and getting the 3-star. We also have Captain Krishvish Noy left to go, who has got 3 stars throughout the entire tournament. So Indian Clashers just need to hold it together here as Piyush starts with his Grand Warden walk. Very nicely, just taking patiently, not using the healers at all in case there's any mines in that area. That's why the Coco Loon comes in, nicely moving in towards the town hall. And he's just clearing out the building, so the Super Witches will go to the town hall, it looks here, Itsu, unless he is going to... Yeah, no, Super Witches coming in towards the town hall and deployed around about the time we would expect.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is there's no wall breaks. Like, he's going to walk around the town hall. He's not going to get into that town hall compartment. And he has no blimp either. So he's going to place the siege barracks on that 9 o'clock side. And now it's all about those Super Witches getting into the base. And I guess he's relying on the Super Witches jumping into the direction. I'm not really sure because this so far looks kind of risky to me, because he might, like, the Super Witches might somehow skip that town hall if they're getting dragged around that town hall. But there is now the jump. Is the jump? No. The jump, is that jump connecting?
I think it's missed it again. I think it's 1 tile away there, Itsu. And he's got the Royal Champion for the town hall, but he hasn't necessarily checked that area for traps. There could be anything over there which could get the Royal Champion. We do see some... What is happening? No!
We already saw earlier today a jump which was misplaced. The greedy jump, I would say. Yeah, and now it's all about the Super Witches and Hawks and everything. Champion. But he has an Ice Golem left. He has an Ice Golem left to tank for the World Champ. Never mind.
Wait a second. He's
going all in.
He's going all in. I thought he might have just secured the 2, given that they are in the lead.
What?
But he is literally going all in. And I think he's going to get it. No way! The Queen jumps to the town hall. He has the ability. Piyush, what are you doing to us? The Queen will get the town hall. He has the ability, the Royal Champion ability, plenty of cleanup troops. And why did we ever doubt this man? 3 stars with plenty of troops left over. And Tompanai Empire must be blown away right now, as we are.
What was that? Like, I mean, we all said, okay, he's going to save that Royal Champion for the town. That's kind of obvious. And he's like, no, I'm going for 3 stars. And then he's placing the Royal Champion at the bottom side of the base. Like, come on, what is going on? Like, oh my goodness, that was a crazy attack, and somehow he got rewarded by this. Staying calm in an attack where I would have probably panicked, and
me too.
I'm out of words. Like, that attack was incredible, and how he saved that. But that's exactly why those guys are pro players, and they make things look easy.
I always say you have to take a risk in order to get the highest rewards. I was so nervous for Indian Clashes there. Given the position they have put themselves in, the last thing you want is a 1 star. I mean, I thought he would have just played it safe for the 2-star, tried to hold this out, allow Krishvish Noy to have a better chance of the 3-star, but I guess he just wanted to secure it now and there and then. I mean, there's nothing else to say. I'm totally speechless. And Riga Torres just, I mean, even if he 3-stars, Indian Clashes just then need the 2. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and now we have the next Queen Charge Hybrid. I feel like Queen Charge Hybrid so far was the most successful strategy in this tournament. I feel like this strategy is so versatile, and I have to say I'm kind of surprised by this, because in the current meta we see most of the time 3 maybe even 4 ground expos. And having a ground strategy being that successful is showing how powerful this strategy is. So let's see if Rigo Torres is being able to like push this to a 3-star, because so far there's a lot of damage on his queen with facing the clan caster as well. And then, yeah, facing the Town Hall once again. He had already to invest 2 rages at this point to get through all of this, and the Hound just popped.
Should be getting to the Town Hall momentarily, but he's sneaking in sneaky goblins to the top of the base alongside that wall breaker as well. So it seems once the queen is done there, he just wants her to walk back out of this compartment maybe. Still struggling to get that Town Hall Itsu. It finally falls and the hybrid can now be deployed. There's a lot of major defenses in the middle that the hybrid will have to deal with here, and the pathing is not necessarily ideal either as we move forward. Scattershot now locks on. Multi also in that range with potential of giant bombs. There is one, but thankfully it was just a single Hog Rider that set that off. He has had to use the heal spell, but everything going down. Nothing to that scatter. Queen also down at this stage. If Rigo Torres could save this, then I would be lost for words yet again for the 99th time in this tournament, Itsu.
Yeah, the healer switched over actually, which isn't the worst thing, but now it's all about the back end, and the enemy queen is still alive. The miners need to switch over. The scatter is being alive as well, and he has no more hybrid troops at the bottom side of the base, so the scatter, nothing is targeting that scatter except the Royal Champ, but she's about to go down. And I think, at least this time, we won't see a crazy save of the attack, because I feel like the queen had to use so many rages in the beginning, or like, wait, is this? No, wait. The scatter is going. The scatter is going down. The wizard tower is tanked by the warden.
No
A couple of mines are at the top side. No, don't tell me that this is going to work.
The wizard tower at the top will surely take down the miners. Imagine if the super wall breaker took down the wizard tower, though. Oh my goodness. From end to end stuff here in Clash of Clans. The royal champion nearly got the scatter shot, but it means that Indian Clashers now just need a star to take 3rd place in this tournament, win their $5,000 prize, and also it means they have beaten Tompanai Empire, who, I will say it again, they did beat them last year. They were the reason that Indian Clashers didn't get into the World Championship finals. So this must feel very good for them, particularly that we are moving into a brand new season here for the World Championships.
Yeah, that has to be indeed a great feeling. But at the same time, I feel like we still should wait for the attack, because after the last attack of Indian Clashers, we should wait for the result. Except if they're going once again for like super crazy risky attack, which they just did. So we should not jinx it at this point. But I feel like you're right. Obviously, they're in a pretty good position. Let's put it like this. So still, I'm super excited to see what Indian Clash is going to bring up next. It is once again the Super Witches. And after the last attack, I have to say I'm kind of scared to see what is about to happen.
Well, he's starting with the Grand Warden Walk, and given that there's no storages in this area, yes, there's some either side of the Town Hall, but it looks to me like he's trying to snipe the Town Hall here with the Grand Warden, which would at least give them the security of the 1-star and that victory. So let's find out if that is going to be the plan, as the Warden is slowly just shredding the buildings on the inside. Now we see the jump spell, making sure not to misplace it, but actually we are totally wrong again. Indian Clashers continue to surprise us. Super Witches directly into the base, but I'm more than confident at this stage that he will get that Town Hall. Maybe he just wants everything down there just in case of the very unfortunate disconnect. He could still get that Town Hall and the star.
Yeah, raging up everything, but so far nothing is going for that Town Hall except this one Super Witch. Now we have the Super Witches slowly making their way into their Town Hall compartment with the Warden ability. That should go down easily, even though we have on the left side the one witch going down. Now the queen delayed getting placed. There was something which we have seen a couple of times by the Indian Clashers, which is kind of surprising to see them then delaying the queen so long. And this is the 1-star which they needed to already get into the finals, but still they want to finish off this match with a 3-star. And obviously we want to see that Chris Fishnoi is going into the final with still keeping his perfect hit rate, which he so far had over the tournament.
Yes, and moving into this year's World Championships, they want to have as much confidence as possible. Not that they couldn't after their incredible performance throughout this World's warm-up. These Super Witches are struggling in the center of the base. I think this one is just too much for Indian Clashes to turn around, but he has probably thrown his phone across the room, celebrating at this point, Itsu, because Indian Clashes have won this matchup. They are taking 3rd place in the World's Warm-Up Tournament, and again, that $5,000 prize. We will have the grand final coming up in a moment, but let's keep our focus on the well-deserved 3rd place of Indian Clashes. They are finishing off this base. 64% it is, but Krishvish Noy knew he only needed that 1 star. So fantastic performance. I feel both of their matches today is really where I have seen the best of Indian Clashes. And there you have it confirmed that they are this match's winner.
Yeah, congrats to them taking the 3rd seed, and obviously the huge momentum boost going into this new season of the Clash Worlds Championship, which is going to start soon. And especially in this way, like, they were able to beat Queen Walkers, one of the tournament favorites. They were able to beat Tompina Empire, which after the first few days looked unstoppable. So really, really good job to them, and I think they can be really happy about their performance. In the end, I feel like it would be a little bit unfair to actually take into account like the last attack of Krishvish Noy, because they already won the match, right? So they already pretty much won the match. So he was most likely already like being happy and yeah, like at this point, all about just getting the 1 and maybe even the 2 star, but still great job to them and congrats, obviously. But now we're going to take a look at the final in 1 second. But before that, I want to break down one more attack, and I want to break down the attack, which I think Judah and me caused a lot of nerves, because this was, I feel like, the craziest attack which we so far had in this World's warm-up tournament, which is a pretty simple strategy normally. It's a one walk, it's Super Witches, and that's it. Nothing too complicated, you might think, because we are going to see something which is, I would say, maybe a little bit risky, but either way, we have the one walk starting things off, and we can already see in the army's bar that we have no wall breakers whatsoever. So he's only relying on the openings in this base to get his troops into the base. So no wall break into the town compartment whatsoever. He's going to let his warden and the queen and the super witches run around the warden compartment. And then later on, he is going to just add the super witches to get into the scatter compartment to get deep into the base. The plan, pretty simple. Really great idea on how to approach this base. But sometimes not everything is going as planned. And then those pros have to adapt. And that's why they're so strong. This is the main reason why those pros are even like... This makes the difference between of a good and a really good player nowadays, in my opinion. Now we have the Super Witches slowly approaching the opening in the wall to get into that compartment. If you guys are asking yourself, why exactly are those openings in the wall? Well, you want to mess up the pathing of the wall breakers. You sometimes want to mess up the pathing of the queen. Things like that, and why that's why we see those so many openings in the base. But sometimes they could be nicely used to get, for example, Super Witches, smash, etc. in the base. And now we can see the one problem. Now we can see the one problem which is happening, and that's the jump. The jump spell is not connecting, which means the Super Witches and the skeletons are finding their own way. And that way is away from the Town Hall. So at this point you might be thinking, okay, let's just use the Royal Champion on the Town Hall. But at this point the Royal Champ already was deployed. And now it's all about reacting, using everything perfectly. He's using the rage now to first make sure that the enemy king is going down quickly. Second of all, making sure that the super witches and the super skeletons getting into that base quicker. And then the ice golem on the outside to tank for the Royal Champion, to make sure that something is tanking for her, because she is supposed to, in the end, be kind of like the safety option to take the Town Hall down. But things are coming a little bit different, because the queen finally is deciding, hey, let's use that jump. Maybe that jump was planned from the beginning. Not really sure. Either way, in the end, the queen is taking down the Town Hall with her ability. And then the Royal Champ in the end is going to be with her ability as well. We can see how many troops are not even getting used over there. And that attack was impressive to watch. It was nerve-wracking to watch as well, but any Clashes are getting it done and deserved at going for the third spot in this tournament. But now we have the final on our way, and this is the only match in the entire tournament which is best of 3. So this means we're going to have the winner crowned as soon as one of the teams are able to win 2 matches overall, like 2 clan wars, and that's the important factor in the end.
It certainly is. So if we take a look at the bracket, we see alternate attacks with their victory right of the way through. Obviously joining us in round 2, beating Tompanai Empire. HT Family beating Indian Clashers, who we did just see taking 3rd place. So it's alternate attacks and HT Family, as you correctly said, best of 3. This is going to be interesting because I always find a best of 3 pretty cool to look at, because even if you lose the first war, you still have the opportunity of coming back. And HT Family were on fire in that war versus Indian Clashers. So they really need to try and just put up the first matchup against alternate attacks, the current reigning world champions. And yeah, I think that's got to be their first focus, just focusing on the one individual war rather than the best of 3.
Yeah, like one war at the time. You're 100% right with that. But at the same time, the pressure. You always said that. I feel like in this tournament, or like especially in those bigger tournaments, we feel like the pressure is such an important tool for the teams to kind of win outside of the battle itself, because putting pressure on the enemy team is getting into the head of those teams and maybe forcing a couple of small mistakes. And we saw this already now a couple of times with like jump spells like misplaced, or like a couple of funnel troops not really placed correctly, or Coco Loons which were not placed. So things like that could be actually have a major impact on the match. So forcing those small mistakes is the key for those top players, because at the end of the day, they all are so good at what they're doing. And now we have Alternate starting things off with Yo-Yo once again going in with the P.E.K.K.A Smash.
He has been flawless with this strategy throughout the tournament. Like you said, it's Alternate kind of alternating between Yo-Yo and Ast as their first attacker. So maybe we will see Ast coming in second. This strategy seems to have been working perfect for Yo-Yo so far in the tournament. He's obviously very proficient with it, using the Grand Warden Wall, probably just thinning out the buildings and then diving in towards the Town Hall with everything else, as he already has used the Super Wall Breaker to give him that access, and he still has another to probably get the next layer, giving him access to the Expo in the center.
Yeah, that's right, and I'm not sure. I feel like you know that I'm a huge like base nerd and like always trying to like remember the base and everything. I feel like I saw this setup of the base already, like this opening behind the town with the double expo. So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Either way, right now the Warden finally arrives at that town hall, taking that down. But he always is crossing the 2-minute mark, which means that there's not too much time on the clock left, because we said already, round about this 2-minute mark, that's where you would like to attack, and he already passed that with like 15 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, but if we've seen anything from HT Family themselves, and it was ICU who's currently defending, he crushed the base using this strategy in literally seconds. So Yo-Yo, obviously feeling relatively comfortable, decided not to use the Super Wall Breaker for that internal compartment, just decided to walk his troops in and around towards that area. Then we will see the jump spell towards the Eagle, actually. And maybe he wants the king into that bottom compartment. The super wizards just electrifying everything in the center of the base. They are getting obliterated, but we can also see the black bombs obliterating the healers on defense. So it could still swing either way here.
Yeah, but those P.E.K.K.A are jumping into the back and like nothing, taking down the Eagle, the Royal Champion, though still at the bottom side, taking down the Scatter, which is huge, because that's one of the splash damages which you need to take out. And we saw already many times that, for example, the Witches, which are on the outside of the base, sometimes finish things off. And still with the Queen ability not even used, the Royal Champion ability not even used, still freeze left. Like, this is looking once again so good for Alternate, and with the Roach ability now getting used, taking down the Tesla from the backhand, using the freeze like we said. Alternate is always going for the most optimal attacks, always take a look at the time, and this is exactly what they did. Yo-Yo is getting it done once again. He can walk for 1 minute, 2 minutes. He does not care. He's just taking down those bases.
When you have that amount of troops left alive, the time really isn't that much of a factor. I never like to jinx the attacks when we're too far like away from the end, but I mean, Yo-Yo has continually smashed bases with that P.E.K.K.A. Smash attack, and convincingly as well, with multiple troops left over. Alternate doing what they have done throughout this tournament, opening things up with the 3-star, putting the pressure on the opponent straight away, and so far, nobody has been able to hold them off. 11 Original gave them the toughest fight, the 13-13 tie, but HT Family will be looking to be the outlier in that trajectory and make sure to maintain the 3-star streak that they did in their semi-final matchup.
Yeah, they were incredible in the match against Indian Clashes, but at the same time, let's see if Alternate somehow maybe have some bases prepared to defend against the kind of unique way on how HT Family so far in attack this tournament. Because one thing which I'm always looking forward, I'm still hoping for that we're going to see some Electro Dragon attacks from HT Family. And no, they're still going with the air, but no Electro Dragons just yet. So let's see if at some point there are going to be some of them, but he is starting off with some nice lightnings to take down the air defense, take down the Archer Tower as well, and then have the pathing into that Town Hall, kinda.
Yeah, and I think Alternate will know that HT Family are dragon specialists. Whether it is the E-Drags or whether it's the regular dragons, they tend to like this strategy. You do notice one of the dragons already got hit by a black bomb down towards that area as well. Battle Blimp will be moving all of the way through towards the Town Hall, so we will probably see the Grand Warden's ability going off, just about clipping the Battle Blimp there as it moves through. But the dragons already getting caught up on storages on the inside of the base. Notice the Clan Castle and gold storage ahead of that multi-target Inferno Itsu, which is just shredding the dragons at this point.
Yeah, it's really shredding those dragons, especially with the double air expos. Like we said, the normal setup is like a lot of ground expos, but yeah, Alternate already predicting the air attacks at this point and putting up those air expos. Nicely done. In addition to that, this core multi-inferno tower is being so annoying to deal with for all of those dragons, because the sweeper is pushing everything back, and even though it's not a single inferno tower, but with the huge range and not really relying on beaming up, this multi-inferno tower can deal a lot of damage. And at this point, there are only 2 dragons left, and they now have to handle the wizard tower and the red mine.
He does have freeze spells that he could protect this royal champion with. I thought he might have used it on the expo. Does decide to use on the expo, realizes the royal champion wasn't going to get through that. He probably wanted to save it for the back end of the base, because you can see with the Tesla, Archer Tower and Cannon, it will be too much for the royal champion. So unfortunately for HT Family, I didn't even realize there were other defenses to the other side of the base there. For HT Family, it is not the response they wanted, so it's an early lead to Alternate attacks. And so far in the tournament, they have been able to maintain that lead, but we know how collective and respectful they are as a clan. They will be wanting to just keep their heads held high and make sure to put everything into the attacks here. They will not be trying anything risky, or they will just be going with their own plan, irrespective of the result of HT Family's first attack.
Yeah, for sure. And in addition to that, since this is the first match of a best of 3, you have to, sometimes you have to just try to win as high as possible as well, because this is putting even more pressure on the enemy team. Obviously knowing that the result of one single match is not transitioning over to the next war, but at the same time, there's a different feeling in you when you're losing 12 on percentage, or getting smashed with a perfect war against maybe 13 stars or something. So there's always a different feeling going into the next matchup, and this is something which maybe Alternate can push forward. But at the same time, I mean, there are only 2 attacks in just yet, so nothing really but speculations at this point. But let's see if, like you said, Alternate are going to stick to their attack order, because if that's true, then we might have us coming in next. And let's see if he as well is going to stick to his army composition of choice, which so far were the super giants and witches with those lightnings. But maybe he's going with something else. And he actually is. No, wait a second. It's Linnaeus.
Yeah, Linnaeus with the Queen Charge hybrid. Maybe Ass just didn't find one of the bases for that strategy. Either way, we know that Linnaeus is very proficient with the Queen Charge. That's just what he likes to do alongside any other strategy. I would argue the hybrid being his specialty. He's lured out the clan castle troops pretty early on here.
Just the king. I don't think the king was planned.
Oh. You think he wanted to use that for pathing? He does have the siege barracks as well, but I thought maybe he did want to just drive him in towards the town hall, and he was waiting on the queen until all of the super minions had used their ranged shots.
I'm really not sure. I feel like a queen charge. Maybe he just said he wants to use the king for that, but that would be a pretty uncommon thing to do. Maybe that's just how Alternate approaches this, but I'm really surprised by this. Either way, so far it worked out. Now even I just want to say the Headhunter out tanking the Eagle. Now he's freezing that Eagle because one of the worst things that could happen to you is having the Eagle locking onto your healers. And so far it's not happening, which is great for him. But at the same time, with using that King so early on, this is one of the things which can happen because the Eagle is based on the troops and the amount of troops which you have placed so far. And obviously the heroes are taken into account for that as well. So placing the king early is activating the eagle more early as well. And this, well, could have caused him to use a couple of more spells which he would have liked to. And now the outside, the P.E.K.K.A. is already dead, but now the Rage, now the heal for the back end, getting into that scatter. But the entire Tesla farm is at this top right side.
Yeah, the Queen did take down the other scatter shot and popped a couple of giant bombs as well, so at least he knows he doesn't have to deal with most of those for the hybrid, but it dies out towards the top. The Royal Champion uses the shield to try and cling on to any possibility of getting this. Healer's taking damage from the multi. He does have some of the miners on there. Freezes the top area of the base for the Royal Champion to move through. It's still looking like he's going to get this, Itsu. With the Queen's ability going off, Royal Champion finishes the Tesla at the top, and the Queen will indeed get the Archer Tower. I guess we will have to ask Linnaeus whether he did or did not want to use the King, but you did raise an interesting point that the Siege Barracks often used first because it is only counted as one unit towards the Eagle Artillery, and that's why you see the King often used further around the base. Linnaeus fixing the attack, going to plan. It doesn't really matter because it was a 3-star, exactly what Alternate needed, exactly what we expected. And HT family now really do want to respond. Like you said, if they are going to not just try and get this first war, but even if they were to lose it, making sure that it's not a commanding loss so that they're completely knocked moving into the next matchup, because it is important to remember that whilst the whole tournament has been best of one, this one, as you've mentioned, Itsu, is the best of 3.
Yeah, so every star counts, and ever like momentum wise, it's really important. So for HG family, it would be really important to get the 3-star on the board, even though they would be still behind. But just like moving forward, having the better feeling in their plans and having like the better trust kind of in their abilities. Because even though we all know that all of those players are incredibly good, but if you're in that specific situation and somehow things are not going your way, you're kind of questioning that sometimes, feeling like, wait, did we do a mistake right there, like putting up that base? I feel like that base, I think that base was a rerun from the war against the Tang. But either way, so you're questioning yourself, like, what's the good choice using that base again? Should we have gone for a different plan? In either way, now we have the next attack from SK, and he's sticking to the Lalo. He just got his first 3-star against Indian Clashers just 1 match ago, and now he's trying to repeat that against Austin attacks.
Yeah, and I feel like he is also a player who has gained his momentum through the tournament, starting off with the lightnings into Lalo. Then we seen that incredible recovery yesterday. Now the 3 stars. What is he going to do for HT family here? I always like the use of an ice golem when using a hero dive. I just feel you get so much extra value. You can see the eagle artillery does fall and the archer queen moves forward, hopefully towards the enemy queen, which I believe is his target here. Still has his own queen ability. Interesting RC to the top of the base though, Itsu.
Yeah, really interested to... Maybe for pathing. I would say it's for pathing, just making sure that nothing has to like get out there ladder-wise. Taking down the enemy queen as well at the same time, so this is already huge. And now, slowly, the clan castle is getting looted out. And taking care of that, with obviously without a baby dragon, is not the easiest thing which you have to do. Because first off, you kind of like have to make sure that all of those super shots of those super minions are like taken care of. You have to use a couple of loons and minions to make sure that's the case. Then get them into the poison. Make sure they're staying in that poison, because without any new troops, they're not staying in there. And that's exactly what is happening. The super minions are staying alive, and that might be a big problem for SK.
Certainly could. I mean, I guess at least he took down the headhunters, because you certainly do not want headhunters running across to your Grand Warden on any type of Lalo attack. The super minion does get to work, but the battle blimp will approach the town hall. Hopefully you can get that down before the balloons approach there. Uses the Grand Warden's ability anyway. They wouldn't have been hit from the Giga Bomb, but arguably through the center of the base with that multi-target Inferno is the best call, given that there's a lot of traps normally in that area. There's so much going on here. Spells getting deployed everywhere. We've got the Skelly spell down next to the scatter shot, but so far everything has avoided the scatter shot. It still stands, and the balloons even move across to the other side of it, Itsu. Nothing going right here for SK, and I don't think he's going to be able to get that scatter shot either. Defending Royal Champion really helping out in that situation as well.
Oh no. Everything avoiding that scatter, and now he's relying on the lava pups with those Yetis and Yeti Mites to get some more percentages, and that's exactly what I was talking about. At this iteration for HG family, it is really tricky to get back into this match. Not obviously from the score itself, but as well from the mindset which they have to like make sure they're keeping, because like nothing is going their way. Like the attack itself, it looked so good, and then nothing split to the scatter. At this point, sometimes you have the feeling like nothing is going your way, even though it feels like you're doing everything right. And 91% is not a bad attack at all, but at the same time, it's not enough so far to take down Alternate, because Alternate are 2 out of 2 for now and have a 2 triple lead at this moment. And it seems so far that the bases from Alternate are holding strong against the strategies which HG family are bringing up. But at the same time, for Alternate now at this point, they could like just finish off this match, I feel like. If they're going to finish off with another 3-star in the next attack, I feel like HG family might be broken. Like, just like no chance to come back into this match. And well, for Alternate, that would be a pretty nice quick win. And already like concentrating maybe onto the next match then. But let's see. Like I said, first they need the next 3-star.
Yeah, I think both clans need to just focus in on each war at a time, each attack at a time. Ast not using the Super Giant and Witches on this one, but it is the skeleton spells with the invisibility, the so-called Skelly Donut, to try and take out the clan castle, as well as the scatter shot in this situation. Look at all of the skeletons. He has done it, and they will get the enemy queen because there's no splash there. Oh my word.
What was that? I mean, now we know why he didn't go first, right? Like, a plan like this takes some time to come up with that. And I guess it was worth it for now. Like, this entry was incredible. Using the skeleton spells, stacking them up, and making sure that, well, now his heroes have great access into the enemy eagle. And this so far looks incredible. Like, the Royal Champ even nearly takes down the top Single Inferno Tower. Now his king, the Ice Golem, everything is in this bottom Single Inferno Tower. And it's all about the queen now taking down the eagle as well. And half of the base is gone. He even has a siege machine left because he's not using any sort of like blizzards or like the super wizards with this blimp together. Instead, he's using this spell heavy army composition, which means he still has the slammer left. But somehow this enemy Warden is not going down.
I feel this could be one of those attacks, Itsu, where you need to queue up your where has the base gone? He got so much value from that initial entry. Now the Lava Loon can concentrate through the Town Hall with the Grand Warden's ability, but because he used the Skelly Donut method rather than the lightning spells, not that you could take out the Clan Castle with that, but just as an entry, he has more spells left over for the Lava Loon portion. Now the balloons are caught in the tornado trap. They do catch a couple of red bombs there, but I don't think it's going to matter too much for Ast, because he has so many of them left. They path around the scatter, but a beautifully placed haste keeps them in that spell as they move to the scatter shot. He's only damaged the wizard tower at the top, trying to distract it with a minion, but it's not really going to matter because he's got so many balloons to surround the base. Ast continuing to put the pressure on here. Alternate attacks on fire. We knew how good they were given they are the World Championship winners. They've entered this tournament beating teams again and again, but I feel they have just switched up a gear moving into the finals and currently 3 for 3 with their bases defending perfectly against HT Family as well.
Yeah, and that's the moment where like Alternate is like putting on a style, I feel like, because they just use this pretty much the same Lalo, like they use the same strategy where HG Family just struggled with this backhand scatter not shooting once, like just keep freezing it. And that was exactly the problem how HG Family's attack failed because of the backhand scatter. So exactly having this small difference, like getting into the head of your opponent even more. And this right now feels like Alternate are in complete control. Like for HG Family to even have a chance, even like for like if you want to count the stars and everything, they need to triple anyways, even though I feel like at this point the first match is already over because Alternate just way too strong in the beginning, and you can see what happens if you give Alternate just a little bit of an advantage in the beginning. They're just running away with that and keep putting up the pressure against you. And maybe another thing which might get into the head of HG Family is that this is actually a rematch. This is actually a rematch of HG Family versus Alternate from the last World's final event. And that was already the moment where back then Alternate beat HG Family. So out of this together, I feel like it's going to be really tricky for HG Family to like keep their head cool and making sure they're moving into the next attack. We have the next attack coming in, and I was already hoping for the Electric Dragon as soon as I saw it, but this is the normal dragons with just an Electric Dragon to funnel and make sure things are staying inside the base.
Yeah, it is interesting that every single member of HT Family, apart from ICU, who is attacking now, did say that the E-Drags were their favorite method, but they just haven't used it too much throughout the tournament, so maybe they just don't see the advantages to the bases that they normally do. They have been using the Dragon attack quite a lot, and I don't think we've seen as much success with the regular Dragons in comparison to, let's say, the Drag Bat that I feel we've seen a lot more success with. But in this situation, I feel he's taken out the top of the base very well with the Lightnings. The E-Drag has actually created a great funnel down to the bottom of the base so that the Dragons can just move in. Yes, they are going to be getting pushed back by the initial sweeper, but after that, they can cruise on through the base, and we also see that Battle Blimp moving to the Town Hall. So it looks like he's trying to now redirect the Dragons into the center and towards the back-end Inferno Towers.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing right now, and so far it is working perfectly with the Dragons, alright, with the Blimp taking down the Town Hall. Now the heroes at the bottom side as well, because the Dragons in the core should take down the Clan Castle building really soon, so whatever's in there won't come out. And like if there's a Hound or like Ice Golem in there or something. But the Dragon is kind of struggling to take that down with, yeah, like having every other Dragon now being at the bottom side. And once again, the Scatter being the MVP, non-stop shooting, and somehow, once again, surviving in this attack. It's going to be close because the Queen and the Royal Champ still have their abilities, but the Royal Champ needs to take down the Scatter. That's the key thing right now. But this, to be honest, is looking really good for ICU in this match. 1 freeze left, 1 Loon left, over 1 minute left. This is the comeback which HG Family needed.
It certainly is. I feel a key part of this attack was the Ice Golem to protect the Royal Champion moving into that area of the base. You've seen how devastating it was to move in towards the scatter shot and help take that down. So HT family starting things off here, just finding their feet. Is it too little too late? I agree with you, Itsu. It probably is for this war, but they need to keep this momentum going so that even if they lose this first one, they can hopefully move into the next match in a bit of a better condition than they entered this round, because alternate attacks currently 3 for 3. They still have Boom and Varley left to go. I can't see them taking their foot off the gas here, but Boom is the player that kind of made that bit of a mistake last time with the jump spell. I'm sure he's ready to redeem himself in this attack.
Yeah, like Boom is a really competitive person. I know that he will be really angry at himself for like misplacing that jump. And I know that he is like hungry to prove himself and know that he knows himself that he's better than that. So let's see if he can prove that to us as well. Super excited to see. Maybe he's going once again with that Blizzard Lalo. I love Boom's Lalo. It's just so enjoyable to watch. I had the pleasure of watching him doing a couple of Legend attacks, and he's using that strategy in there. And the way how he smashed a couple of those bases in Legend, it was just incredible to see. Like he took down like 60% just with his blimp and his hero, 60% of a base. Like there was nothing left for the Lalo. Like that was just incredible to watch. So hoping for that strategy from him, and obviously hoping that he can redeem himself and make sure that he's going into the next attack with a lot of momentum, but he's bringing something in which I would have never expected from him. He is going in with the direct bet.
Yeah, I enjoy watching his Legend streams, and I don't think I've ever seen him using the dragons. Let's find out if he gets this one done. Taking down at the bottom area of the base with that Royal Champion shield. Trying to get her towards the multi, turning the Tesla invisible. I feel he wanted the Skellies invisible, but the Royal Champion has gone over to them because they were distracted down to the bottom of the base. He's not going to be able to get the multi here.
Yeah, those Tesla were designed to mess up a Royal Champion trick, I feel like. Those Tesla were really nice over there and messing up the pathing, and now the Dragons are right into that Eagle. The multi-inferno tower was supposed to go down for the pathing. Now we have the blimp getting into the town direction. Warden ability really soon as well, just to make sure that that blimp is going to reach that town hall. Nice warden ability as he was drifting away from the Dragons which were going to the core so far. Blimp is looking like it should make it. There should be the freeze, and he's not investing any rages. That's really, really good trick. Like, use an Inferno Dragon to take down the town hall with a lot of loons. You won't need a rage, and instead he's just bringing the one freeze, which is a better trade-off in the end. Now the bats are starting off. Ice Golem on the left side, taking the Wizard Tower. Now it's frozen. The bats should hopefully take down really quickly. Otherwise, yeah, he has to impress that. No!
The scatter!
The scatter shot! The scatter shot shot those bats, and now there's not... Oh, that scatter shot. Now there's not too many bats left. He needs to freeze once again. The scatter shot needs to go down, but I feel like right now there's just too many defense on the back end. Maybe with that Warden and the few Dragons still left, maybe he could clutch it. But I feel like just from the beginning, and now another Blackburn, just from the beginning with this Royal Champion trick, this did not work out. And yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see Boom with this direct bet.
And another Black Bomb baiting the entry to the Town Hall there, but I feel he got so unlucky. Obviously, the Dragons then had to be deployed in a bit of a wider manner to get the multi, and like you said, he wanted the pathing, which would have probably meant the Dragons were just continuing to tank the scatter shot. And to be honest, I don't think anybody's seen the scatter turning and just hitting the bats. There's nothing he could have done to react quick enough to that. Really unfortunate, because if the Royal Champion had have got the multi, I think this would have been a totally different attack, given that he is this close and the bats were wiped out from the scatter. But that's what happens when you are at this level. The bases can just trip you up mid-attack, and unfortunately, it wasn't quite to happen there for Boom. But let's be honest, Alternate still in a very commanding position, and arguably in the driving seat to win this first war. HT family can keep putting 3 stars up all they want, but they would need yet another slip up from alternate attacks in order to have any chance of winning this first one.
Yeah, at this point, Alternate needs only 1 3-star, or on the other side, if HG Family are messing up only once, they're not going to have like a huge chance, because I don't think Vada is going to come in with a 1-star. So yeah, it's looking really good for Alternate. Now it's up to HG Family. They need to keep the pressure going, or like they keep their momentum going to make sure they get it in the next 3-star. In the end, even more 2-stars, even more 3-stars, 2 more 3-stars, and making sure they can like pressure Alternate to somehow have a chance in this one. But so far, a lot of pressure is going on. So let's see if HG Family can somehow make this work and get the next 3-star on the board.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, because not only if you lose the first war are you then having to win 2 wars back to back and not lose a war. It's so much different if you can keep this first one close. So it's vitally important that HT Family keep the pressure on here, and they have continued to smash in 3-stars throughout this tournament. It is Jinmu to attack with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash variant, but already finding Tesla down to the bottom of the base here, Itsu.
Yeah, and that's really interesting to see this base again, because you might remember this closed Town Hall compartment, and that was a Smash as well, which got played by Tompinai on there, and the Tornado Trap makes sure that the Town Hall is staying alive. Like, that was the perfect bait right there, and there's no Warbreakers in this army composition. No Warbreakers, the same entry. I'm blown away. Like, Alternate twice made sure that 2 different teams are running into the same bait twice. And that is just incredible, making sure that the baits or like the plants on the same base from from different pro teams are the same entry. And now we have Jinmu hoping to somehow save this, and maybe he needs to like use the Royal Champion in there, maybe jumping or something. He's using that Royal Champ now, and making sure they're taking down the Town Hall shouldn't be the biggest problem.
Yeah, and this is kind of how we seen the adaptation go last time as well with the Royal Champion, but then didn't really get too much value after that. I think I need this base link, ultimately. I mean, they have managed to bait in 2 pro teams. Great Grand Warden ability, helping to protect a couple of the healers as well as you move through this base, because with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash, we always mention how important the healers are. They are taking damage from an air defense, though. 1 falls, a couple of them lagging behind with the Queen, and massive damage in the center of the base. That central scatter shot surviving yet again, but the enemy Archer Queen continuing to rein in the fire as well, and with a single target Inferno just wiping out the P.E.K.K.A., he now doesn't have anything to tank his Super Wizards moving to the back end of the base. It is all reliant now on the Archer Queen, because he had to deploy the Royal Champion earlier to adapt. This is where normally we would see the Royal Champion entering from the 12 o'clock area of the base, but having to adapt for the Town Hall, it's just not possible now. Oh my word. Yeah, nothing going right for them here, Itsu.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said in the beginning with the with the match getting into your head. Like, nothing is going your way. The enemy team is always somehow coming out on top. And this just is showing perfectly how much mind game and how much the matches are getting played in the head of the teams as well. Because I feel like at the end of the day, they're all humans, and humans obviously they're like fighting with emotions and everything. And a team which is putting up so much pressure and getting into your head with like a baited entry like this, it's really hard to fight against. And I mean, right now, Alternate is showing off why they are the reigning world champion, baiting HG Family, baiting Tompinai Empire in the same entry with the same base. And HG Family being 1 out of 4, even though just before that smashing against Indian Clash with 14 stars. That's a huge difference in base building level, in my opinion. Like, being so good on defense is obviously one of the key things why they're so good at, or like why they're for so long at the top, in my opinion.
Yeah, totally. And I feel like, you know, we always talk about the pressure, and you're seeing, you know, emotions. And right now it's the grand final. This is where it is at its peak, if you will, because not only are they battling for the fame and the glory, as you said, they are battling for $25,000 for the winning team. Vale, last year's MVP, flawless again so far this year with his lightning spells to take out a multi-target Inferno. Also that compartment and the log launcher as well. Itsu, he is at it yet again.
I love to see it, and this time feels like the lock launcher is supposed to take down the multi once again in the core. I feel like that's so cool to see it. I feel like it's a counter to this specific base style, because so far whenever you see a base like this, it was supposed to counter the Lalo, which is so strong in the hands of the pros. But now with having this core multi, most of the time Lalo is being kind of tricky. And this being said, this entry so far looks awesome. I mean, with all of the Ice Golem power in front of the Queen, she should easily follow them into the core, making sure the making sure the Inferno Tower is going down. And with the Eagle already out of the way, this base is once again looking crushed. Like, he is crossing the 40% mark, and he's still going. Yes, the Queen ability left, the Royal Champion is still taking care of some buildings, the King is still alive. Like, I mean,
how does he do it? Where is the base? I love it. How does he do this? The insight that he has to just pick apart the base, and I mean, he could, maybe not the March as we explained before, but he could probably just pick any strategy right here. We know he loves the Lava Loon, but he's just crushed everything as the balloons move towards the town hall. I love that he's not taking anything for granted either. Really precision with his spells, freezing the town hall and other defenses. Getting the Grand Warden's ability perfect, still has a freeze spell for that back-end scatter shot. There it is, making sure to hit the air defense as well with a couple of balloons coming in. I feel like every single attack by Alternate is so well planned, and they never stop either. As they move through, every single little thing is just picture perfect. Varley showing us why he was last year's MVP, why they have continued to improve. That is exactly what Varley said. As a team, they are continuing to improve their teamwork, their skills, everything, building towards this year's World Championships. And that is a perfect demonstration of all of that in action. 14 stars. HT family not able to catch up with this one. So it is round one to alternate attacks, but it is still that best of three. So HT family really could do with a 3-star here at Sufa. Like you said, building confidence into that next match.
Wait, you have never seen the 5-star attack? Easy. HT family will show us. I'm kidding. But yeah, finishing off with a 3-star would be important for them, especially after having such a start. And the attacks of alternate. Like, moving into the second match, trying to somehow, like, make sure the pressure is not getting into your head. But at the same time, one thing which I feel like is helping them maybe, they said all of them are in Legends League. And that's something which is really important, because everyone out there who was once already in Legend League knows that if there's an attack, a bad attack, for example, going and happening in the first of your 8 attacks, you feel like you would just want to, like, stop attacking, stop whatever you're doing, throw your device somewhere, like, which you should never do, by the way. But still, you just want to stop at this point. And keeping your head cool at this point is really important. Just making sure, okay, I faked the first attack, the next 7 attacks are going to be 3 stars, no problem. And this is exactly the mindset which they need. And maybe this is something which you can learn in Legend as well, like, which they have maybe learned in Legend, to make sure they're always staying calm, concentrate as well, concentrate on the next attack without really remembering what just happened. Just concentrate on the next attack, always one step after each other. And that is something which they need to do. And we have the next attack coming in with fire. And this one is going to be yet another smash attack with the blimp starting things off.
Yeah, it's always easier said than done, but they do need to try and just forget about what has happened. Focus on their abilities. Fire with that Yeti blimp moving in, and has actually achieved pretty much everything from there. Arguably could have got the cannon as well to put the cherry on top, but he's taken out everything he wanted in that compartment, lured the Clan Castle troops. Now you see the Queen charge, able to take that down, move on into the base, and I always like seeing the Grand Warden to support her as well, just because it can help to speed things up a little bit. If he is taking out some of the lava pups, that could be an extra couple of seconds. And in these styles of attacks, you never know when the time is the difference maker. We've seen multiple time fails across the tournament, which is basically just when the entire base is taken down with regards to defenses, and there's the non-defensive buildings left. So using that Grand Warden Rock just to help speed things up and give the Queen the HP buff is often a nice little touch there from me.
Yeah, and so far the Queen Charge looks really, really good. Speeding things up, taking down the Eagle next. And this as an entry looks really, really good to me. Like, Fire is doing an amazing job of keeping his Queen on track, making sure she's going the right way. And now we have actually a P.E.K.K.A smash with boulders, something really cool, which we have not seen too often. I feel like most of the time, those boulders are getting replaced with the Super Wizards. Since the Clan Castle has already been taken down, he's now using the poison for the enemy Queen. Now slowly make it into the direction of the enemy town. The town still obviously needs to fall, but this strategy somehow has so much power with getting into the back and open base, which is always surprising me. So I think the town hall shouldn't be any problem, especially with the Warden abilities still left. He needs to add the Royal Champion now, and, well, still having the Royal Champion ability and the Queen ability still left to use.
Interesting Grand Warden's ability. I think he wanted to protect that one healer for the bowlers. It does mean the bowlers are vulnerable to the Giga Bomb, and down they go because the healers are mainly in the center with the Queen. I don't think it matters too much now, though, because they have been able to get through most of the base surrounding this back end single target Inferno, and with the Royal Champion's ability, I think it is Itsu. There we go, the 3 stars for HT family. Exactly what they needed. We have said that if they didn't get the 3-star here, it just added so much more pressure, but they've managed to get it. The first round is going to alternate attacks, but the grand final is a best of 3, so that one was hugely important for HT family.
Yeah, and the 3-star, as you said, so important to get that in at the end, just to make sure they're getting into the next match with having like a success feeling at this point, because otherwise nothing really was going their way. And now we have the 14-12 star victory for alternate, which is looking kind of one-sided. But the good thing for HG family is that this war does not matter moving onwards. So this result is just the result for the first match and won't be needed any later on. So the next match is completely standing on its own, and whichever team is going to first win 2 matches is going to be our World's Warm-Up champion.
Yes, and I feel for HT family, they did get the 3 stars towards the latter end of the war, which is hopefully a good thing for them moving into the best of 3 and this second round. But you've got to say, everything in the hands of alternate attacks. They just broke down so many bases with precision, but I feel the one attack that we have to look at again is the Skelly Donut, because it's something that you only see every once in a while when there is massive value in the base, and using the invisibility with the skeleton spells is kind of the new lightning for the Clan Castle, because we always used to, or not always, but we used to try and take out the Clan Castle with the lightning spell and earthquake. But since you can't do that, if you're looking for another method, it's pretty risky, but you can use the invisibility spell with skeletons to get the Clan Castle. Now, you do have to have picture-perfect precision to not turn the Clan Castle invisible. Otherwise, the Skellies will not go for it. So please try this in Friendly Challenge if you're thinking about doing it in War. But in this one, Ass takes out the Clan Castle. The scatter shot, due to his deployment of skeleton spells, just slightly apart. And because there's no wizard towers or bomb towers in range, he's also able to surround the enemy queen with so many Skellies. And that just gives him so much value. The Royal Champion can kind of finish off defenses in that area because there's not a lot of defensive firepower onto her, so it makes sense to send the Royal Champion in there and use the King and Queen alongside the Ice Golem to enter into the base at a different point. That is taking out the entire southern area. You see the Tesla farm being found is nice, but the main target here is the Eagle Artillery. As we've mentioned, the Eagle is activated after a certain amount of troops are deployed. So if you can take that down before it's activated, it's obviously a huge bonus. Now, when you look at the Lalo path, Obviously, you could cut the base in half here. The southwest side is pretty much gone, apart from the stone slammer, which is nicely deployed, and that will merge in with the lava loon. It's probably the best siege machine, arguably, to merge in with your lava loon portion. If you are at a stage of entering the base with the Lalo, the general rules of thumb are keep an eye on the sweepers, but if you are not having to deal with the town hall, think about the eagle. In this situation, though, entering the town hall means that you can use the Grand Warden's ability early. Basically, you're trying to take out any of the major buildings first and make sure that your Warden ability can protect most of your loons, whether that's when you enter or when your balloons clump together towards that major defense. I also wanted to kind of point out, but it's already happened, the haste spells and how sometimes positioning your haste spells can mean that your balloons can haste to one defense, but can then switch direction to another and still be within that haste spell. And it was perfectly done here by Ast. So whenever you are using your haste spell, try not to think about just using it to power balloons to one building, but think about where the balloons will go after that. And if you can slightly deploy your haste spell off center, if you will, so that they use the haste to the building, but then they also switch and move across to another defense, which in this instance was perfect for the scatter shot. Fantastic lava loon, but we had to have another look at the Skelly Donut Lalo, or the Skelly Donut method, because, I mean, it's so risky, but it can be so rewarding, Itsu.
Yeah, I've seen even so many pros messing this up, and we saw really over in this tournament, actually, some of the pros messing the invisibility spell up, because it's so easy to just like one pixel to the top or like to the left or whatever, and if you make the clan caster invisible, then you have a huge problem. Like, you won't run a poison. So if there's some sort of like super minions or other things like that in there, you will have a rough time to get through that without that poison. So that is, as you said, a really risky strategy. But at the same time, if pros are using that, it is so nice to watch. And now we would like to take a look at another strategy. We know that obviously Lalo is great to watch, but at the same time, Lalo is not easy to do. So a lot of other people are choosing into more easier strategies to go for, and there's this one specific strategy which is absolutely crazy in Legend League, for example, because it is so flexible and you can use it basically on any base. So what Fire is doing in here is, first off, luring out the clan caster. This is something which is really important. Luring out the clan caster early, making sure that with your queen charge in the beginning, taking that out is a huge thing, and that's exactly what he's doing. In addition to that, taking out the scatter, I think he would never say no to that, and then as soon as that's happening, he's starting with the queen. And something which is important as well, if there is no splash damage, like a multi-inferno tower, another scatter shot, things like that, then you can add always the Warden in addition, because the Warden is just a huge support to your queen. The Warden is always going to follow your queen, so this in combination is just making this an even stronger queen charge at this point. And since there is no more splash damage, the healers won't switch. The healers are going to stick to the queen, making sure that she's always, or like, always following her and, well, protecting her through the base. Now we have the clan caster finally taken out, and now you might think, well, the pathing into the town hall isn't that great, and the town hall is really far back. Well, you should never underestimate the power of healers in combination with P.E.K.K.A. This combination is one of the strongest combinations in game, because as soon as those P.E.K.K.A. are grouping up, making sure they're stacked, the AoE healing of those healers is doing an amazing job of keeping them alive. You will see that in a second. Bonus and everything are now getting placed in the rage to make sure they're like getting speeded up, making their way faster through this enemy queen. And now we will in a second have the healers. Now we can see it slowly catching up, slowly getting on top of the enemy P.E.K.K.A. And at this point, as soon as the P.E.K.K.A. are grouping up and the healers are getting raged up, you can see they're barely losing any hit points. And with this insane tanking power in front of them, those P.E.K.K.A. will have no problem to take down the tunnel, reach that tunnel, especially with the warden ability still up, because you don't need the warden ability on the other side. And this is how you can do those approaches, which seem kind of risky, but at the end of the day, you have still so much power left, because even though the boulders are dying, you have the warden ability, you have most of the time like maybe 1 or 2 freezes left, you have the queen left, you have a couple of P.E.K.K.A left, and all of this together is resulting in such an overkill like we just saw from Fire and HG Family. So I have to say I'm a huge fan of the strategy. If you want to pick up a strategy which is ground-based for Legend or for your clan war attacks, try this out and see if it works for you, because the strategy itself is really, really powerful, and that's exactly what HG Family showed in this match. But now it's all about, obviously, the second match, because the first one, Alternate won that one, but, well, this is a best of 3, so nothing is decided just yet.
Absolutely not. HT Family will have to prepare with everything they have in order to take this second round, and that would force the best of 3. Whereas obviously if Alternate win, they win the championship, they get the $25,000 prize pool. And I think it is important to remember, Itsu, that this is just the warm-up to this year's World Championships, $1 million prize pool. And if you are watching at home, you could still take part in the World Championships, because all you would need to do is get your clan together, make sure you are obviously at that level to be able to qualify via the in-game CWL. So we have an exciting season of Clash of Clans ahead. This literally is just the warm-up.
Yeah, and I feel like even if you're not at that level, I feel like you should take part, because something which the warm-up is about as well is about taking the experience. And this is something which is really important, taking the experience, trying your best, see like how far you can make it, and based on that, try to learn from your mistakes and try to become better. So this is all about what counts. So making sure you're signing up, trying to compete. And I mean, maybe you have to compete once against the world champion like Alternate. It's always fun to compete against those teams, and so much to learn as well. Maybe not so fun during the match where you're maybe getting smashed, but at the same time, a lot of fun learning after that, and learning from the best is always a great choice. So, well, Jude, we have a couple of more minutes before the match starts. So should we maybe take a look at one of the strategies, which for the pros is one of the most reliable one? Maybe we can break down why exactly Lalo is that successful for them.
Yeah, well, I think it's one of those strategies that is the kind of high risk, high reward that we mentioned. If you can perfect it, you can really rip apart bases. And I find it interesting that the Queen Charge Lalo is sometimes the method of choice, but the lightning spell Lalo, since the so-called Zap Lalo, it's now called the rework of the lightning spell, it really has just taken over the Lalo game, I feel, because it eliminates some of the risk that you have with the Lava Loon. And perhaps that's why we see that 61% highest hit rate of all of the Lava Loon strategies.
Yeah, I feel like taking out a part of the base early in the beginning is such a huge thing. Especially, I just recently had a ranking video of different strategies, and I feel like, even though it's kind of strange to say, but Sui Lalo is one of is the most difficult strategy in the game. And I feel like there are only a couple of players in the entire world which even could say that they somehow mastered the strategy. So Sui Lalo is just so incredible powerful, but at the same time so incredible difficult to execute, that I feel like that's the reason why we see it's not as high up there percent hit rate wise. At the same time, Zap Lalo seems to be the choice to go for, especially combined with the lock launcher against the current bases with those core multi-inferno towers, where we saw Valde, for example, a couple of times taking those out with ease and just creating pathing with those lightnings. And the great thing about this, there is no counter in that one. For example, against the Blizzard Blimp, which we see on this list as well, there's a counter, and that's called baiting the Blimp. That's how easy it is. Kinda. But at the same time, how do you counter lightnings? You can't do anything. If you see a good lightning spot, you just throw the lightnings in there, and the only counter is basically the attacker messing up. And that's not something you would like to rely on, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I feel that's where a lot of the risk is eliminated, because you can't really, go too far wrong with it. And it also makes sure that you don't have to worry about a lot of spell deployment mid-attack, which is where I agree with you. The Sui Lalo tends to be the hardest one to do because of all of these spell deployments. So that's kind of your Lalo attacks. Again, massive thanks to Chris on Twitter for always putting up amazing stats throughout the tournaments that we have. Obviously, all of the ones you've seen pretty much throughout the World's Warm-Up tournament. And yeah, I feel Lalo is great for the pro players. And if you are wanting to start to practice that, maybe the Zap Lalo is the one that people should begin with. And I also feel like it's the one that you don't have to have as much intensity with the Lava Loon, but we can see the hit rates of the different strategies. And we've touched upon this, Itsu. Probably the most stark difference is the Inferno Dragons across weekend 1 to 2.
Yeah, that was kind of surprising. I still feel like Inferno Dragons are one of the strongest strategies in the game. But at the same time, I feel like those pros really like the strategy which you can plan through. So for example, Lalo attack, where you can say, okay, every single loon is getting deployed as planned, then the plan should pretty much work. So I feel like that's the huge thing. At the same time, I feel like it's kind of surprising, or like interesting, I would say, that Electro Dragons on the other side are barely getting used at all at the pro level, because they tend to be so base dependent and at the same time kind of random. So yeah, I know that a lot of you players out there love the Electro Dragons, and to be honest, I like to see the Electro Dragons as well. Like, it's really satisfying to see how a chain of lightnings are just taking down an entire base with one blow. So yeah, it's kind of sad to see, but at the same time, if there's a team, maybe it's HG Family, because we are already in the second match, and this is going to be the start for HG Family, and they're starting once again with their dragons.
Yes, and the lightning spells, as we have just been talking about, taking out the Eagle. Now, one thing we did see earlier was the Yeti to take out a mortar on the outside, and the Yeti mites to get the air defense. I thought the Tesla might have prevented that in this situation, but thankfully, just enough Yeti mites to finish off that back end air defense, which could be crucial as the dragons fly through.
Yeah, now the
look at the
Dragon to
E-Drag
funnel
chain as well. Oh.
All good. Now we have the dragons engaging into that base. I'm not really sure if I'm a huge fan of that Electro Dragon on the outside, because I feel like the chain value wasn't that great. And indeed, we see a couple of dragons are drifting away to the outside. This is not what you would like to see during a dragon attack. You want to have this dragon power in the core, and as long as they're more grouped up, you're getting faster through storages, through defenses, things like that. Now we have the blimp. Let's see. We saw already so many blimp baits. That is crazy. So let's see. Blimp. Warden. No, it's not getting caught in that warden ability, but still, it is reaching that town hall. And now the dragons are reaching the core with the Royal Champion getting deployed as well. And it's all about the back end.
It certainly is. The RC can take out that air defense. The reason I was so intrigued with the E-Drag, I thought he was actually going to fly the dragons from where you see the RC, given these sweepers, but he's flown into a sweeper, and it hasn't even mattered. The dragons have crushed this base. HT Family starting out exactly like they needed to, Itsu. They have continued with the 3 stars they started to gain in the last war, and this is a much better start from them. 3 stars it is with their dragon attack. We know how proficient they are with air. That is exactly what we needed to see from them, and it will heat things up into the second round.
Yeah, I think we have no clue how important this 3-star was. Yes, actually for the match itself, but as well for the momentum, for the mood on voice with HG Family. I think that was really, really important for them. And well, now it's up to Alternate. I feel like that's one of the first times where we have Alternate being in a second team, and they have to deliver once again. And this is something which I feel like most of the teams in this tournament have struggled so far with. So let's see if Alternate can somehow, well, get rid of this pressure, because we are about to see most likely Yo-Yo again starting, or if they saw some sort of like super giant and witch attack strategy, maybe then Us is going to go in first as well.
Yeah, and they have both delivered on each one of their wars. But that's a really interesting point, though, Itsu, because alternate attacks, being the #1 seed in this tournament, have always attacked first. They've never had to respond to a team. This is the first time we will see that. And what better way to see how they deal with it than HT Family putting up the 3-star. We will have to find out if it is going to be Ast or Yo-Yo, because I would presume, yeah, we both do, that it's going to be one of those given their attack order. And, well, I personally would like to see that Supergiant Witch strategy. I'm just a big fan of watching that attack. I think it's so cool that the witches are at the opposite side to the town hall, but they just slowly start to swarm the base, and somehow it always seems to work out with incredible ferocity.
Yeah, so let's see. And we have
we were
Nate
wrong.
going first. Okay, so I mean, we even had two players and predicted totally wrong on this one. So Nate is going first with the Queen Charge Hybrid, and he is going in early once again with that blimp. I feel like we have seen so many times with that blimp, making sure the clan castle is getting loot out early, and this is so key. But now with the Yeti Mites, they need to take down the Eagle. That was one of the important things, and the Eagle is going down. But at the same time, the Queen and the King are still alive.
They certainly are. I feel the Queen's ability goes off with the town, with the clan castle troops there. Really like those couple of Hog Riders to take down the air defense to try and protect his healers, because they were taking major damage. That's where sometimes the Yeti blimp can be helpful to just take that out. But I feel he got it deeper into the base to try and get the Expo and also the Queen in itself. Now the Archer Queen is drawn to that area, but thankfully she is going to move back across to where Linnaeus wanted her to go.
Yeah, and she's supposed to get into that scattered compartment at some point, so he can get started with that hybrid into the town compartment. There's the Rage, making sure he needs to keep her alive, because at this point, with the ability used that early, there is no second chance. Like, if he's messing up only once with that Rage, this Queen is going to be having a lot of trouble. He's using the Valkyrie at the top side to get rid of that cannon, making sure the Queen is not getting distracted, and now finally the hybrid started into that town hall compartment. And though, is that actually a compartment? I feel like that's an open town hall right there, and he's taking that down with ease.
Well, they do move through. The Queen takes the scatter shot, and that is very helpful for his hybrid pathing. That internal Inferno Tower, though, is going to be a little bit tricky, because the Queen will not be able to reach it, and the hybrid can hopefully get through there. But let's see if there's many traps in that area. King is helping to take down the bottom area. There is one giant bomb. Linnaeus trying to hold on to his heal spell. The scatter shot did get one strike. I feel that was critical as well, but he now uses the heal because he has to try and protect moving into the back end of the base. Still has the RC ability and the freeze. Time is looking good here for him, as long as he can get through to that single target Inferno. Use the RC ability because it was locked onto the Royal Champion. She's fortunately stepped out of the way so he can delay the freeze spell, and Linnaeus always seems to get the hybrid to work. It doesn't matter what happens at the start of the attack. He seems to always be able to spin it around and alternate, responding with the 3 stars. Neck and neck for this one. HT Family left again thinking, when will they stop?
Yeah, we're back to tied up. Like, we're back to it being once again tied up, and we have HT Family once again going in first, and now, well, they have to keep up the pressure. That's exactly what Alternate just did in the last match, and now it's up to HT Family to do the same to them, because we already talked about this. What is better in the current meta? Like, going in first, going in second, and I feel like for some of the teams it is actually better going first, even though this means you have less time planning. It means you have not the possibility of reacting to the other attacks, like seeing what they're getting strategy, like what they're getting percentage wise. And well, we have the next attack already in, and this is now K, and he's running right into that Tesla farm.
This is a very similar base that we have seen baited with that town hall. Yet again, the Tesla farm is there. We have the battle blimp. Probably we're going to see the tornado trap down in this area as well, but not taking any chances. Diving his heroes in towards the town hall. RC ability being used as well down this area. Do you think he expected the Tesla farm and just used the Royal Champion, or was it planned there all along? Is he even going to get the town hall?
He's not going to get the town, and this Royal Champ was supposed to take down the core multi-firm tower. He used the lightning, he used the earthquake right there to make sure that it's going down, but with this entire Tesla farm, he had to react to somehow get the town, and that's exactly what he's doing. So I think like what he did, like reacting to the base and how the base was set up, I think it was good. But at the same time, this Tesla farm messing up his plans entirely. Now, at least the inner core multi-inferno tower is now low percent, like HP wise, but still it's not going down. That was the important thing to happen.
Yeah, particularly as we know it tends to be trapped to the hilt on that inside. The Stone Slammer was intended to get to the center, I feel, as well, but slowly just moving around due to the air sweepers. He will be able to get the Lalo through, but he's used the Grand Warden ability, so if the center is trapped, he will take a lot of damage. We see the Stone Slammer slowly getting there. One trap going off in terms of the Black Bomb, but it's not too bad over there. The Dragon will be able to get that, and with a ton of balloons, Itsu, the haste spell pushes them to the scatter. That was one of the faults previously of HT Family not being able to get to that back end scatter. It's all about the Wizard Tower now because he's got plenty moving around the base. The Dragon will pop the defending Lava Hound, which could be a little bit of an issue, but the balloons, oh, they make it through. Wow, they just about survive. And that means that now it is all down to clean up for the minions and the lava pups.
Yeah, they're doing a great job with that. The Dragon actually dealt with the enemy, or like defending Clan Castle Hound, popping that and taking care of the lava pup. So great job. The last couple of buildings are going down, as we can see right now. And this means HT Family are doing exactly what they are supposed to do. Putting up the pressure, keep getting in those 3 stars, and I feel like they did an amazing job so far of just resetting, saying, okay, this was the first match, we give them that one, but we're going to take home the next 2, and that's exactly what it looks like, what they have done. Really good mindset right there from HT Family, and now once again, it's up to Alten. I mean, we know they are really good from behind as well, I would say. Like, they're not really behind, but they always have like the possibility of coming back and tying things up again with the taking second. But, well, let's see. Since they completely switched up their attacking order, I guess we won't see a Super Giant and Witch attack, because I feel like that's what always was going for when, like, he was always going in first when this attack strategy was on the table. So I feel like he's going to do it maybe some sort of another Lalo. We know all of the alternate guys are so good with Lalo. So maybe that's the one thing which they're going for.
Yeah, perhaps. And I totally agree. I just want to pick up on that point as well, because HT Family have really done well here to spin things around from a mindset point of view to get those 3 stars. And maybe they are just thinking, you know, alternate attacks, as good as they are, they have had a couple of little slip-ups here and there. No team is perfect all of the time. So they just have to hope that they can continue now. You know, they've got their errors out of the way in that last war, and they just need to keep the attack pressure going as they did in the Indian Clashes semi-final, and hope that they do have maybe a couple of errors, force some of them from alternate attacks. But let's find out who is going to be the next player. I mean, it's certainly interesting. I love speculating with you who is going to attack next, because I think it's such a critical part of the team play as well, in order to make sure that you can hold things together. And I would expect that we do now see either Ast or Yo-Yo. I would be highly surprised if we did not. Oh, that... What?
I mean...
Ultimate not trolling us. All right, well, let's see if Boom can fix things, because ultimately he did get a bit unfortunate in that last round. This time, though, the Blizzard, we mentioned how he likes to do this on his live streams, shredding the inside of the base. They're not quite going for the enemy queen just yet, as she is continually turned invisible. He's trying to get the clan castle. Oh, the clan castle didn't go down there either, and he's I think he lured most of it anyway, didn't he? Or did he? The Super Wizards
really
take
sure. I'm not really 100% sure about that, but either way, I feel like it was a great value. Like, it's obviously same as like the lightnings. It's all about the pathing which you're creating and the free space which you're creating for your heroes. And so far looks pretty good. I mean, the enemy king should be taken down by his own king. Now the wall break to get the queen, to get the king later on into the base, to get that eagle out of the way. And as soon as that's taken care of, I think the Lalo is going to sort of into the town hall really nicely. But so far it looks like nothing really is going inside except of this royal champion. And she now has to Oh wait, the Clan Cast is luring back the Queen, so we can take care of that using the Royal Champ ability soon. Is it going off depending on the Headhunters? Yes, it is at some point.
Oh.
And wait, wow! Taking care of the Sweeper and the Inferno Tower, that was huge.
Yeah, oh, she nearly got the multi-target Inferno down the bottom, but the Archer Queen can hopefully try and take out that area with balloons surrounding the Town Hall. He can use the Grand Warden ability to easily get through that, and even with the back-end multi-target Inferno, Boom is looking home and dry here. Catches all of the balloons inside the Grand Warden ability. They can slowly move down towards the multi-target Inferno, and he has so many balloons left alive. No matter what HT family put on the board, Alternate will be right there as well with 3 stars of their own. Boom making sure that he did not have 2 attacks back-to-back that weren't 3 stars, because we know the talent of this man doing exactly what he does best with his Blizzard Lalo.
I'm so happy that he finally brought this strategy, and we just saw how crazy of an overkill this was. Like, the base was gone. Like, this after his hero part, the base was gone. Obviously, like with the Royal Championship taking care of the entire core, the Sweeper, the Inferno Tower, his Queen staying alive for nearly the entire attack. So this is exactly what he hopefully is going for. Like if there's a third match, but this so far is once again back to a tie. 6 stars each, still 3 attacks to go for both sides. And, well, HG family, like, it kind of feels like, every attack, the same procedure, because you always have alternate answering, then HG family has to deliver again, alternate answering, HG has to deliver again. So let's see for how long this works, and let's see at which point we have the first team messing things up a little bit, and we have one of the 2 teams an advantage.
HT family now know how Indian Clash has felt in that semi-final matchup where they just kept responding. Now HT family in the opposite role where they are putting up the 3-star, and yet it just continually gets bounced back. And this is one thing that I love about the Clash of Clans esports scene, and how when we do see this in the wars, I start to think, oh, who is it that's going to first crack? Because you can easily start to get into that mind game of just focusing on your opponents and what they're doing as well. But I think you're right, Itsu, and you've said this a couple of times during the tournament. HT family need to just hone in on their attacks, almost, forget what's happening in terms of the opponents and just make sure that they correct their attacks. And so far, that is exactly what they are doing. And they are putting up their superstar next, ICU, who is their MVP across this tournament to hopefully continue putting the stars on the board.
Yeah, but I feel like, I don't know, like I think this is the first Queen Charge Lalo for him in this tournament, so let's see how good of a Queen Charger he is. Like, so far he did many Dragons in this tournament, so let's see. He's Queen Charging into that multi-inferno tower, trying to get rid of that enemy World Champ really nice and early, using the wall break to do like a connection wall break, which to be honest didn't really work out, and the Queen has this ability as well, so this so far is not looking good. Like, that ability could have been easily saved with earlier rage. So not really. This is like the thing in those high pressure moments. You do want to run with a strategy which you can do whenever you want, like which can always work for you. And using a Queen Charge in this situation, not 100% sure. And the wall break did not work as well, to be honest, because I feel like he wanted to wall break into the core to get access to this back end, like to the Eagle now, because from the scattered compartment he could have reached the Eagle, but from this compartment now he can't reach the multi. He can reach the Queen, yes, but it's not really too much more, to be honest.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. He did want to get in towards that scatter, didn't he? The King can take care of the Eagle, but he's got nothing to get the scatter. Luring out the Clan Castle troops now as well. Not an ideal position, given the defenses that he is encountering. ICU prefers the Super Wizard Blimp method that we just seen from Boom, so it is interesting to see him attack with the Queen Charge, which is arguably a little bit more risky. Now he has to start with the Lalo, but he finds a Tesla farm straight away, Itsu, meaning he's
No.
already taking damage and losing loons, but his queen is down. Scattershot finishes off the healers with the Town Hall activated as well. He needs to try and hold it together here.
This is not looking good for ICU. He even used the rage on that queen. And now the Town Hall keeps saying the Warden is following the big group of loons into the core. And the Town Hall just keeps staying. He needs the rage. He needs to do the Warden ability, which he's doing nicely. That Town Hall needs to go down with that rage, with those rage up loons. He needs to get rid of that Town Hall, getting the second star on the board. And the loons should get it. The last loon drop is getting that Town Hall, saving the second star for this one. But overall, I feel like this percentage-wise is not what HT Family was hoping for.
Totally not. HT Family seem to be the masters of turning a potential 1-star to a 2-star attack, but at the end of the day, when you are up against a team like Alternate, who is continuing to put 3 stars on the board again and again, you need a 3-star. The 2-star just is not enough. We've mentioned in the first 2 attacks that back and forth motion, but now Alternate, they've already won the first matchup. If they were to get the 3-star here, then it looks very good for them in terms of closing out and winning the entire $25,000.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm still surprised by seeing HG Family, or especially ICU, going with the Queen charge. I feel like, yes, most of those pros can do whatever strategy they have to do, but at the same time, in a final, it is completely different. Like, the amount of pressure which is on you, especially when Alternate is like keep being in the neck of you and like always like closing up to you again in 3 stars, it is so stressful. And well, not really sure if that was the right army choice, but now we have finally Lalo 23 showing up because we have Yo-Yo using Lalo, and that's exactly what he's so good at. And watching, like, for example, I had, like I said, the pressure of like following the Alternate guys a bit in Legend League. Boom, for example, with his Blizzard Lalo, Yo-Yo with his Sui Lalo, which he's doing right now. And the way on how they're doing those attacks, it's just amazes me every single time. So let's see if he can show that off in this attack, how good he actually is. And funny enough, if HG Family didn't change up too many traps on this base, because we saw this base already yesterday, nearly every single black mine is around the summer compartment because we saw it yesterday. You might remember it with the Super Witches, with the Warmup for the Town Hall, Super Witches at the 10 o'clock side. And after the first couple of tiles into the base, every single healer was gone. So this is not only giving you the power. This is not only giving you the power of taking out the tower, but as well a lot of traps, and that's exactly what Yo-Yo is doing for now.
He certainly is, and very creative and unorthodox ways to come at this base as well. The Raged Skellies to help the RC not only take out the defending Royal Champion and this area, but the Inferno Tower as well. Very nicely done. Now we see that Lava Loon moving in, and like you said, Itsu, if most of the Black Bombs were down to the bottom of the base, he should have the Lava Hounds tanking for quite a significant amount of time. It's all regards to that multi-target Inferno, but the Stone Slammer is nicely positioned to move into that area since he's already driving the Lava Loon from the right-hand side with the haste spells, continuing to push everything to the bottom side. Multi-target Inferno still has the Grand Warden's ability for the back end of the base with the Scatter, the Tesla, and the Queen. The base looked pretty good, and then all of a sudden Lalo 23 deploys his Lava Loon, and that is it. It turns around so quickly. And how does he do it? This is incredible.
Yeah, as I said, in my opinion, there's only maybe 5 players in the entire world who are actually able to execute those Sui Lalo attacks properly. Like, it is so, like, it looks so easy, yes, but just like for everyone out there, try it only one time on your own in a friendly challenge, because otherwise you don't want to do it in a Claymore or something. Like, just try it once on your own. It looks so easy, but it is such a difficult strategy. In fact, it is the most difficult strategy in the game right now. And, well, players like Yo-Yo, Lalo 23, make this strategy look easy. And it's just so incredible watching those players do those attacks, and it's blowing me away every single time. But coming back to the match, actually, we have once again Alternate getting the 3-star, and this means they're in the lead, back in the positioning, or like back in the position where they have been pretty much the entire tournament.
Yeah, Alternate have that ability to just get us sucked into the viewing of that attack and how amazing it is, and forgetting the fact that this is the grand final of the World's Warm-Up Tournament. Alternate Attacks, who already won the first matchup versus HT Family. This is the best of 3, so if they were to win this match as well, they will be crowned the winners of the World's Warm-Up Tournament. HT Family would still get the $10,000 second place prize, but they are not out of this yet, Itsu. They are only just behind in this war and could certainly spin things around here if they were to get another 3-star. And well, we're on to that dreaded 4th attack as well, so anything could happen right now.
Yeah, we have Jinmu coming in for HT Family, and he's choosing the Queen Charge Hybrid. And I have to say, I feel like in Legends, because I feel like that's something where most of the people can like compare themselves as well to those pro players. I feel like in Legend it's so hard to use those Queen Charge Hybrid attack strategy. But after seeing this tournament, I feel like you want to switch to Hybrid in Legend. Like those players make Queen Charge Hybrid look easy, especially with the hit rate they have at this moment. But now the Queen is getting into danger, a lot of damage on her. He needs to use the Rage. Please, no,
no. Oh. Again, you said it in the last match, Itsu. Maybe the nerves here just getting to you, and the scatter shot on the healers as well. Oh no! The healers are getting wrecked by that scatter shot. He sent the balloons in, but it's a little too late, really. He's only got 2 left, I believe, there, and they have a tiny little bit of health as well. So even a red air bomb would finish them off. And although the hybrid is one of those strategies that continues to get it done, I'm surprised he's continued to use the rage there for the Queen. He's obviously really wanting to try and take down the Clan Castle and the Eagle, but with 2 healers, I just felt it was too much. Tornado Trap and Giant Bombs next to the Town Hall. He's got to just do anything he can to rescue probably the percentage, I would say, at this point, Itsu.
Yeah, and we see already once again, like, that was so unfortunate. Like, and I feel like if this won't triple where I have right now, it looks like it might be the match already, because I feel like, I don't know if that's the concentration. I don't know what was going on. There was not too much happening we had to concentrate on. So not using that rage obviously is a huge thing. And now with every single heal already used, this might be one of the best defending, one of the best defenses, in this entire tournament, because this is barely getting to the 60%. And like I said, obviously it's a huge defense, that already in itself, but then like, this defense, this attack could really get into the head of HT Family. And well, maybe it's just like, once again, the curse of the 4th position, and we have Alternate going to struggle as well at this rate. But I feel like 64%, that is insane. And the next thing, I'm not 100% sure on this one, I have to admit, but I feel like they used this space already against Tompina Empire. But the great thing about Alternate is they had the Tesla on a different setup. Before that, they had the Tesla on the Town Hall side to make sure the Queen is like getting distracted to the outside, not really walking into the Town Hall compartment, because they know Tompina Empire loves the Queen charge those Town Halls. But on the other side, HT Family so far, most of the time, charge into scattered compartments, what they just did. And surprise, surprise, there were no Tesla at the corners of the Town Hall. So once again, HT Family getting into the head of their opponents and showing why they are the world champions from 2020. And it looks so far really good for them, but still they have to get their 4th attack in as well. And as we already talked about, the curse of the 4th position in this tournament, let's see if they can somehow beat this curse and get the 3-star in and basically win this match already.
Man, I know why you have a wizard as your emote on your YouTube channel, Itsu, because you really are a wizard at remembering the bases and being able to have a photographic memory of that. But it is really cool when you do see the Teslas just being swapped around. But here we go. Vale attacking fourth. And remember, there is Vale and Ast left to go, who so far in this tournament have 3-starred every single attack. So it does just look ever so good for Alternate, with the lightning spells for the Eagle and the log launcher moving in, this time for the scatter shot in the center of the base. It's kind of like deja vu again here, watching this attack.
Yeah, and I have to say, this looks so cool to watch, with the log slowly rolling into that base, making sure the log launcher has, like, giving access to the core. And one thing which is really interesting to me is that I feel like the log launcher slowly, completely replaced Warbreaker, because something which we have not seen a single time over the entire tournament is the Warbreaker. Not once, I feel like. And this is something which is kind of interesting to see, that all of the pros went to the log launcher. I feel like that's way stronger, way more, and way better to use. And Vada is showcasing that perfectly with that Royal Champion and King taking out the left side, and the Queen still being alive, still having her ability left. And he's already getting close to the 50% mark at this point. The base is once again gone, and maybe even the Royal Champ is triggering some more traps. Not the Trainer Trap just yet, and he's just starting off with a Lalo as soon as he's approaching the 50% mark. This attack once again looks incredible.
How does he do it again and again? I was just about to say it, so you do have to queue up your where is the base, because Vale just has a skill of being able to identify where he can get maximum lightning value to then use the hero dive to take out majority of the base, so that his Lalo doesn't really need to do anything. All of the defense is down apart from the Town Hall, which he can freeze, use the Grand Warden's ability to secure it, and over 1 minute remaining. He has done it again with the lightning spell into Lava Loon. Why he's the MVP, why Alternate attacks just continue to win tournaments, because you see the finer details, the planning that goes into every single thing, and they find themselves 2 stars in the lead here, moving into the final match. They are in touching distance of winning the world's warm-up tournament, and HT family, all they can do now is put up a 3-star and just hope with everything they have. But really, this is looking like Alternate has done it yet again.
Yeah, it's really interesting to me that, because going into the tournament, a lot of people were like asking, who's the best team right now? Trying to pick their favorites. And a lot of people were like either saying it's Queen Walkers or it's Alternate, because a lot of people were questioning, like, is Alternate, like the break which they took over the winter days, like, was that actually a good decision? Was this bad? Alternate did take a break over a couple of weeks. They did not want to try to burn out from Clash, because those pros have to play every single time, every single day Clash of Clans, to make sure that those bases are tested. Like, testing a base like this takes days of practice and testing and predicting certain entries. So you do not want to burn out. You do not want to overplay the game, so you're losing the motivation. And that's why they had the break. And after that, a lot of people were like questioning, like, are they still good enough? Like, are they still like on top as they were last year? And in fact, this tournament is giving a pretty clear answer with who the favorite is going into the Clash of Clans World Championship, which is around the corner. But at the same time, HT family, you have give the credits to them as well. Like, they did so amazing after the tournament. And yes, of course, there might be the chance of them still coming back in this tournament, but still, it would be a miracle, I would say, like getting a 1-star, and then obviously they need to get the 3-star as well. It would be a surprise, a miracle, as I said, but at the same time, HG family did an amazing job getting into the finals, and I think they won't be disappointed by that, starting like this into the year 2021.
Yeah, and I think even the 3-stars, Alternate have such a percentage lead here as well, that is why they are so good. Like you said, taking a break has just made them even better, if nothing else. They practice all of the time. Their base building team, Bob and Iron as well, just really putting in so much work. But let's focus on Fire here, who has himself put up an incredible performance this tournament, and HT Family getting themselves warmed up for the World Championships. Fire starting out with a queen charge into that top area. It's worked out pretty nicely there to get the eagle, and he's already got his P.E.K.K.A. and Super Wizards coming in with the king on the outside. And this is something HT Family, being a Chinese clan, they have formed the meta for us with this strategy, Itsu.
Yeah, now the clan castle is coming out and a lot of damage, but really nicely already counted on that and has like decided, okay, I'm going to use this poison street, how we call this. Like, it's a lot of like poisons placed in a row to make sure damaged clan castles like this have no chance. But with the healers not switching, those P.E.K.K.A. had a rough time to get through all of this. The queen now is being the main force at this point to get through the tunnel, because the lock launcher is opening up the walls to that, but he's using the jump spell to get into the back and on the right side. Now something needs to take down the town hall. There's no spells left, yet the Yetis finally arrived at the town hall, but the town needs to go down with the Royal ability. He is finally doing that with the Queen ability. He maybe can take down the right to multi-inferno towers, but still, nothing is decided yet if this is going to be a 3-star.
Yeah, it's definitely not certain as the Queen uses the ability through the multi-target Inferno. He still has the healers. I still have the Yetis there in my mind, just blasting through the Rage spell to the Town Hall. 300 IQ by the Yetis for sure, but the Queen and the healers could still finish this off. He has 1 minute. Queen relatively protected with not a lot of DPS on her at any one time, whilst there's a few defenses left. They are split around the base, so I'm pretty sure Fire has done this actually with his P.E.K.K.A. Smash variant that we've seen from the Chinese community, and this is exactly what we can expect from them moving into the World Championships. New metas, making sure that they are changing how we play Clash of Clans. And like you said, Itsu, we have to take our hat off to HT Family. They have put up incredible matches, and they have done all they can now in this match. It is all down to alternate attacks and whether they can close it out. Fire with the 3 stars, and a great job for HT Family.
Yeah, now we have, once again, alternate attacks. And as long as they get, like, I mean, even a 1-star with a good percentage might be already enough. But as long as they get a safe 2-star, I would say, they're going to win this match. Even though I feel like they might just want to go for all in, want to go for this 3-star to finish off the World's Warmup tournament with a perfect war in the finals against the second best team in this tournament then. So, well, that would be kind of like a statement going into the next, like going into this year. But, well, we still have to wait then for the attack. And I think Us is going to be the last attacker for alternate.
Yeah, and I agree. I think he is going to go all out here. He's going to go for the 3 stars, knowing that, like you said, alternate push in Legends League. All of them are very high in Legends League. They're very comfortable with a plan not going right and being able to adjust to get the 2 stars. So I'm pretty confident that Ast is going to give everything for the 3. Using the lightning around the eagle, again, just taking out a little bit of risk. We don't have that activated throughout the attack. The Yeti will be used to take out the air defense on the outside of the base. That's one thing I have actually picked up from this stream, is using the Yeti to take out an air defense that's pushed to the side of the base, and the hero dive into the town hall, just slowly picking things apart here. Oh, that's the defending king. What am I talking about? The sneaky goblins take down the town hall, apologies. But again, just picking apart the base very carefully before he sends the dragons in.
Yeah, and the next thing which he's going to wait for is that clan castle as a building going down, because he is going to place his heroes most likely at the top left side to get rid of this air defense. Make sure that he's pushing his dragons further through the base and getting all of that done. And I mean, already with this attack, we can already pretty much say that they're getting the 2nd star. I don't really think that the dragons are going to disappear in a magic way, because this looks so far really good with the king and queen actually to the right side instead to the left side. This means the air defense is going to stay alive for now. Maybe he's going to place the royal champion in there as well, freezing that instead, freezing the king, making sure the king cannot run around and kind of like is playing hide and seek with the dragons. But for now, it's looking pretty good. The royal champion from the right side as well, and this by now was already, or is already, the victory for us. But he's obviously going for 3.
He certainly is, and I feel he's picked one of the strategies which has not had the best success rate, trying to just even out some of the stats here. Ast closing in towards the multi-target Infernos. This is going to be a lot of damage for the Dragons, but he does have the Queen and RC moving in to help out here. Queen's abilities still left intact, and alternate attacks are stamping their mark, like you said, Itsu, with a perfect war in the finals. Ast finishing off in style, 15 stars to win the World's Warm-Up Tournament, their $25,000 prize. Alternate attack showing us they are ready for this year's World Championships, Itsu.
Yeah, and I want to throw in a huge shout out as well to Sir Iron, Bob the Builder, and Hawkzilla, because those are the main base builders for alternate attacks, and I have to say they did an amazing job. I feel like overall alternate was really, really consistent on defense, and I already said offense is one thing. We already see that on screen, that they're obviously amazing at that. But defense is a nice thing you can rely on sometimes as well, especially in close matches like versus 11 Original. And this is the job of, as I said, Sir Iron, Bob the Builder, and then Hawkzilla. So great job to them as well, the entire team. Congrats. And obviously congrats to Strategy Family as well for taking the second seed in this tournament.
Absolutely. An incredible tournament from start to finish, but it is alternate attacks that take the victory. And we can have a little bit of a look at the podium in itself, because there were 3 prizes within this tournament. The $5,000 for third, $10,000 for second, and the $25,000 obviously claimed by alternate attacks. So there we have Indian Clashers in third, HT Family in second, and the winners of your World's Warm-Up Tournament, alternate attacks.
Yeah, really, really cool podium in the end, seeing all of the top 3 teams of this tournament showing off. And I have to say, I'm really excited for this year, because I think I had like a pretty clear top 3 in my head, and I think I got only alternate right. So feeling this is super exciting getting into the new year, that things are once again mixed up. We have new teams came up and showed their skill level, which was incredible high. And we saw the old teams as well competing in this one, and they had a good run as well. But in the end, alternate being just too OP, I think.
The defending world champions, and showing you why. Winning the World's Warm-Up Tournament. Itsu, it has been my absolute pleasure to cast alongside you during these 2 weekends. It has been fantastic for the viewers in terms of warming up for the Worlds, for the players, and for us as casters as well. So thank you so much for joining me alongside all of these wars.
Well, thank you. I'm super happy to be here, like with all of the amazing teams. I think it's always easy to cast on those attacks, like seeing those Skelly Donut, crazy Log Launcher, Electro Dragon attacks. We even had a couple of those, and Queen Charge Hybrid, which I think had the highest hit rate at the end of the tournament. So it's always easy. Thank you. It was a pleasure casting with you as well. And yeah, just excited for what is going to come.
Excited for this year's World Championships, as I am sure you are at home. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching the World's Warm-Up Tournament with us. In terms of the World Championship, you will be able to see it all kicking off in May. So we will see you guys then. Keep on clashing. Take care.